Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, July the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you. Thank you very much, William. You guys can hear me, see my screen. So, more earnings plays, guys. I decided I'm going to go over the other ones that aren't just earnings, but if you have my pre-market actives up and down, you notice one of the columns I've got is the earnings date column. So what I've done is I've sorted on it. And so here are some of the earnings plays. Anything in 0.25 or minus 0.25 is an earnings play today. We have a few on the upside. We have a few on the downside. As we get more and more into earnings season, this list will become even more and more full. So before we take a look at some of the earnings plays, though, let's take a look at the ones that are just ripping higher here. ELBM. ELBM. Don't think I saw any specific news on it, but ELBM, EV play out of Canada, 34 million. So it's not a crazy low flow, but this is up 74%. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. There is ELBM. And then there's the BFRG. Now, we used to always think this was an AI play. I know it's it's a bio, but I think they claimed they were using AI. There you go, which engages in AI, machine learning, etc. So anyway, some kind of a patent issued a U.S. patent for novel prod drugs or pro drugs. Okay, so that is their news today for BFRG. A lot of volume, a lot of volume. Look at that volume, 7.4 million, only 1.2 million in the float, trading the float multiple times. Yosh. Again, I don't think I saw any news on this one. After hours, it got up to $1.48. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one. Sort of remember, I think, yeah, this went public last year. Yoshiharu Eatery, food, Japanese restaurants under the, yeah. So this is really done nothing since its IPO. Was it a Cobalt agreement? Okay, thank you on that one, Cam. FFIV. FFIV is an earnings play. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Surprised to see it so high. So this is an earnings play, guys. Look at this gap out over the weekly chart. Huge gap. Not a lot of volume, 19,000. Or at least after hours, you can see the mauve area. That's the big reaction, and it's holding. FFIV holding. Okay, I was going to mention this one. AURC is another one of these SPACs that's going crazy, guys. AURC, a SPAC that is going crazy. See if they've said who they're going to be. Third extension to deadline for merger with Better.com. Okay, so I'm wondering if they're still going to do this with Better.com. At any rate, SPAC is going crazy. ENZ. Another one. I'm sorry, I just don't see any news. Oh, wait a minute. After the company completes sale of clinical laboratory to LabCorp. Okay, so they've got some cash coming in, I guess. Spotify is an earnings play. Spotify is an earnings play, and it is gapping down on earnings. Yeah, so this is coming into looks like it could be a support area around 152 for Spotify. It's at 154 right now. So I'm looking at the daily chart. Looks like there's some decent support around 152 to 153. ALK is another earnings play. ALK gap down on earnings. And you can see here's the daily chart for ALK, and you can see it's wiped out all of this. So $51. The next low looking left is around 50. Something's hitting love here. LUV. Thought it might have been an earnings play, but it is not. Okay, so airline stocks dip after Alaska Group. Okay, so I haven't come to the Alaska Group. Well, that was ALK. I'm sorry, ALK. So ALK's maybe put a bit of a damper on the rest of the airline stocks. Let's take a look at Jets, JETS, the ETF for the airline industry. What it's doing, how affected. It's affected by ALKs, I guess. But let's take a look at some of the bigger ones, like American. What are they doing? Yeah, so this ALK looks like it's kind of affecting the entire industry right now. And I'm getting to the RTX. This is a another earnings play. Big gap down on earnings. Big float, 1.4 billion. So to move 7.5%, it's a big deal. So not only is it an earnings play, as Grumpy was pointing out, RTX drops after B&W unit to remove 200 engines from service by mid-September. Triple M. Triple M, after all the news it's had over the last little while, over the forever chemicals, earnings play, really shrug it. It's really shrugged all that off. I know they were fined a big whack of money, but doesn't seem to matter. So there is Triple M. Now, Triple M looks like a lot of resistance around 107. I'm looking at this weekly chart. Looks like there's about 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks right around 107, the highs. Obviously, if it pops through that 107, though, for Triple M, the next highs are 111, and that is for Triple M. Logi is an earnings play, LOGI. The Mazer out of Switzerland. So Logi is an earnings play, and this is, let's see, well, obviously a nice gap up on the weekly chart, big gap up on the daily chart. And VTNR, this is really getting hit hard. So it's not an earnings play. They don't release until August the 9th, but they're providing a little guidance right now, which isn't good. Didn't really read it. All I had to do was read the head. I didn't even have to read the headline. I'm just watching what the stock's doing. So whatever they're putting out, market's not reacting well. That is the VTM. Now take a look at KWEB, guys. China stocks are still pretty much on fire right now. Look at that day it had yesterday. This is the China ETF. Most of the China stocks are probably going to have a nice green candle like that. Little sell off at the end. But look at this. There are two highs right around 3018. This is on July the 13th. and this and June the 22nd takes those out. Those are weekly highs also. So KWEB, China stocks are on fire again. I was looking at this at BEKE. The last time I looked, the market was up, but not anymore. So the market is starting to fall a bit. I don't know if any economic news came out, but SPY is starting to drift down now. So we're actually basically flat. Now I don't know if these IPOs are today. I don't know if they're today or just this week, but I've got these. Well, I could go to my IPO calendar. I don't have time, but SFRM, and OPHV look like they're two IPOs. Definitely this week. I'm not sure if they're today. And PJ, you were talking about stock, STOK. I did see stock somewhere. Yeah, got me down, obviously. Yeah, lifetime low. STOK, lifetime low. A lot of volume. Well, they can't fool the market, guys. I mean, they've tried to put a very positive spin on this news release, obviously. Announces a positive new safety and efficacy data, et cetera, et cetera. Market doesn't believe it and is really thumping this one down. STOK, 28 million in the float, so it's fairly low. All right, now I'm going to take a look at some of the upgrades and the downgrades this morning. Again, we have many more downgrades than it's been the theme over the last couple of weeks. Many more downgrades than upgrades so far. Take a look at some of them, some of the upgrades, see if there's any interesting price targets. Okay, we have a price target of 40 for CWH. Let's take a look at where it is. All right, so we have a price target of 40. I don't know North Coast. Never heard of them. They've upgraded it. DDOG is an upgrade to 140. Let's take a look at DDOG. Wow. Okay, so that's a pretty aggressive price upgrade, and that is by Wolf Research. So DDOG. HBAN. Okay, JP Morgan upgrade to 13. Not a big deal. Meta. Let's take a look at Meta. So Meta, I believe, I know Meta has earnings this week. Who are these guys? New Street. New Street on the blog. A brokerage firm called New Street upgrading Meta to 350. Another pretty aggressive increase or price target for Meta. And a couple more upgrades. Let's see, VRCA with a target of 10. Let's see what the price is right now. VRCA. Okay, well, again, another very aggressive price target. This is Needham. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. All right, now I'll get some of the downgrades in. What I'm looking for right now actually is a stock maybe being downgraded by different firms. So multiple downgrades. I don't see anything. Quick looking. I don't see any. Don't see anything. Well, Citigroup's in trouble. They've downgraded Goldman Sachs. So there are some downgrades for still some downgrades for Kodiak KOD. That's from yesterday. Well, today's downgrades, but that of course the action from yesterday. Okay, Disney's been downgraded. Let me take a look at Disney in a second. What the heck is Goldman downgrading ZVIA from 5 to 3? Who cares? Why would they care? But Disney's been downgraded by Atlantic Equities. Don't know them too well either. And let's take a look. I want to see the price first. I'll tell you what they're downgrading it to. Okay, so as bad as I thought. So they may have had a price target of 113 before. Their new price target is 76. So there's Disney 85. Of course, all these streaming services are really getting hit hard now with these with the strikes, writers and actors strike. Every new project is put on hold, and even when they get back to work, I mean, it's going to take a long time before they get like all these streaming services are going to have going to be able to recover. So, is there anything going on? BFRG guys is making another new high. Anything going on in materials sector? Well, let me first of all, I do this anyway, so let's take a look. So I'm going to click on new doc channel bar and we'll take a look at the major sectors. BFRG ripping here, guys. BFRG. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. There's XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 75% in red, it means that 75% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. I say the market basically flat. Most of these will be about 50-50, I guess. But you asked about materials, and well, I'm making 62% are above yesterday's close so far. So, so I don't know if there's anything really going on in the material sector or not. And XLE moving further and further away from the 200-day moving average. Big day yesterday. Let's see if it can maintain. Yeah, as we saw, XLE is a little bit weak this morning. Okay, but that was the last holdout. That was the last major sector to still be below the 200-day moving average. Well, I'm aware of it, Grumpy. What do you want me to do? You know me, I'm not going to take a trade typically in the free market. But yeah, I mean, if I can't remember when you were talking about it, but it's got two things going against it. Now, without that news, I don't know what their earnings would have been like. Now, just a word about AMC. They tried yesterday again. If you watch the after hours action, had a little pop up here. They no, that wasn't it. It was something about they're going to try again. I seem to have lost that headline that I saw after hours yesterday. Maybe it's here. There was something about maybe trying again with this judge or the courts, and then reality hit again. I mean, with his AMC thing, I mean, the way I look at it is that if you're a shareholder of AMC, you're kind of nailed both ways. I mean, yeah. So this ape thing was squashed, but if it came back, then AMC will be horribly diluted. I mean, that's the whole idea of ape getting money into AMC. So as an existing shareholder, you'd be horribly diluted. And if it doesn't happen, a company may go bankrupt. So I don't know. I mean, they need money. I shouldn't say going bankrupt, but I mean, that was the whole idea of Ape in the first place. Get some cash into AMC. Remember this MKFG, a great day yesterday. Looks like it's a continuation so far. MKFG, great day yesterday. Went from 118 up to 161. It's not a low float either. 100 million in the float. Not sure I could ever find any specific news on it. China is still, here's another China stock, guys, NIO. So if you're going to play China, I would have KWeb thumbnail so you can keep an eye on basically what's happening with most of the China stocks. Yeah, because these are not these are moving not specifically for any reason for NIO, but just in general. Again, NIO stock soars as China unveils business boosting measures. Okay, so this is affecting virtually all China stocks. You guys are talking about iRobot. So is this Amazon deal off again? Oh, I see. They Amazon iRobot I agree to a lower price for the acquisition. All right, so they're going to pay 51.75 a share, down from $61 a share. So if you're looking at this and it's at 43, you might be going, well, why wouldn't I just buy sink everything I own because they're going to be buying it for 51.75 a share? Well, maybe. That was RTX, Leanne. RTX as in xylophone. Another one that's just getting hit hard here. RMNI. Don't see any news on this one. So let's take a look at RTX and where could it keep going to before it hits the next potential area of support. So if I back this out on the weekly chart, so what's the price? 87.66. Looks like 88.85. 88.85 is the next low looking left for RTX on the weekly chart. Okay. Another China stock, guys. FUTU. This is also an earnings play, guys. Wow, this is it could be interesting. There's no volume yet. AMNB. Okay, there's KWeb, guys. KWeb now is above. Boy, China is just ripping. You can see right now it's right at those highs that I was talking about earlier. But maybe keep an eye on this AMNB. It might be sneaky. It's no volume yet. Had earnings in the pre-market, way through the 200-day moving average. So this is, I guess, this is a regional bank. Buyout offer. Buyout offer. Okay. So American National Bank shares jump on Atlantic Union's buyout offer. Okay. Look at this market. Wow, what a sell-off, guys. I mean, you have one, two, three, four, five, almost an hour and a half now straight down. And just to give credit where credit is due, that was from Grumpy in the morning, RTX. All right, thank you, William. Yes, so we're going to have less than 45 seconds now for the market to open. So I'll close this down. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Just try to let things settle down a little bit. Falling in good, well, when you say good earn, maybe they've guided poorly. Yeah. I've obviously guided poorly. So, I mean, there's your 200-day moving average, 36.75. So it's about $1 away. All right, guys, we're now open. Certainly being hit. Yeah, definitely being hit on earnings. So the big deal on this one, of course, is will that 200-day moving average hold it? Okay, guys, ALK is breaking down a little bit underneath 50. Next low looking left is around 49. VFRG making a new high. Well, it did. I see it's pulling back now. GE is an earnings play, guys. A lot of earnings plays. I couldn't get to them all. GE is an earnings play. Big gap up on earnings. Okay, DraftKings, not an earnings play, I don't think anyway. DraftKings raised to 35. Price target from 30 by TD Cowen. Okay, 35. I think I've seen that before. So yeah, so I guess that is the news for DraftKings. $35 price target. ELBM guys on the move here. ELBM on the move. A big pop in the pre-market up to $3. All right, guys. So love just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Now it's a little bit early for me. The 200-day moving average is 34.18, so it's about $1 away from that. Look at the BFRG right now. Hopefully nobody chased that one. I was going to say, I don't think it was 876 dip higher. That was good, not that good. ALK guys, ALK, through 50, now right at 49. Tarsus guys, TARS, this is getting hit hard. Saw this in the pre-market, and now it's continuing down. The FDA has approved, but it's getting hit. It's getting hit on that news. Okay, how's stock doing? Now, stock is, hanging around the VWAP, guys, just hanging around the VWAP. The VWAP is at 655. STOK, STOK, is at 670, 667. So it's just kind of hanging around the VWAP area. Well, it's just too early. I don't often trade in the pre-market, so just have to stick by my rules, PJ. Look at out, guys. I mean, here's another one. I mean, I really wanted to take a hard look at it at 50, but I was hoping it wouldn't take out 50 so soon. But there's ALK. Well, looking at TARS, but now I'm looking at the spread. 1834, 1896. Forget it. Crazy. Okay, guys. Well, there's look at the ELBM. My goodness. Look at the ELBM. Look at the volume that is coming in. I did not see any news on this one at all. On news yesterday. Well, I see. Okay, that's what you're talking about yesterday, expanding the cobalt supply deal. Okay, that was yesterday's news. I'm sure this one is confounding a lot of people. IRBT. When you look at the when you look at the news, they're going to be looks like they're going to be trying to buy Amazon going to be buying them at 51.75 a share, and yet the price is at 42. Xerox guys, XRX is an earnings play also. XRX, Xerox. Wow, look at this. Look at Xerox on the move. Next high looking left is around 17, a little over 17, 1706, 1708. That's on the weekly chart for Xerox XRX. All right, Mr. Market. So we had an hour and a half straight down. Opening candle now is a giant, so far, pretty big green one. All right, so this YMM is showing up on my option scanner. My problem with it is that to me, it looks like there's resistance too close. It's at 753 right now. The next high looking left is 772, 20 cents away. And we have some halts now, guys. CTCX just got halted. CTCX just got halted on the way up. And this SPAC was halted on the way up also. AURC. Okay, IVZ guys, IVZ just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Problem I've got with it. 1666 is the next low looking left. It can take that out. 1630. Just wish that weren't there. I wish it were more of a straight shot down to 16 before we see the next low. ELBM guys, ripping here now. So again, that showed up at 243. I think DraftKings actually dropped 3178. A little bit. It's still, there's the trigger. These are all my 10-day daily breakouts that have triggered so far. I do understand that. So what you think the market is worried they'll cut it even more? Because because iRobot is about a $10 underneath the new price. No, listen, I would have taken had it rested a bit. RTX was I didn't mind it at all, but no, I just don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Boy, Alka is just tanking here. ALK getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average, about $1 away. Well, so much for that upgrade price target for DDOG. Look at DDOG. They have a $135 price target put on it. 140 by Wolf Research. I think I saw 3 downgrades for Kodiak KOD. All right, guys, Logi on the move here. LOGI on the move. Volume is now picking up. Excuse me. Didn't trade very much in the pre-market. The first 15-minute candle, 712,780 it's traded. So didn't really trade too much in the pre-market. But this is now starting to move. This is an earnings play, Logi, LOGI. Okay, guys, Logi, Logi. Spread isn't bad. 58, 64, 61, 64. Spread is good. And it's actually an AI play also. The DDOG is back up now, guys. DDOG is back up to 116. All right, 15 in. Let's take a look. Or nothing really exciting from the option scanner. A couple of cheap ones. Wow, ALK continues down here. ALK magnet maybe is the 200-day moving average. Not that far away. $1 away, about $1 away from the 200-day moving average. And that is ALK on earnings. HOUS is an earnings play. Anywhere real estate. Boy, DWAC's getting thumped now, guys. DWAC starting to get really thumped here. 16 is in jeopardy. Got down to 16, I think. Logi, guys, LOGI continues to move. This is again an earnings play. All right, AUB is another AI play from another bank. So that must have been just an anomaly. Look at the market, guys, wiping out all about an hour and a half of straight down. Excuse me. So what I saw last Wednesday must have been just an anomaly with those two banks that really did well, the regional banks, because I'm not seeing a follow through for most of these regional banks. AUB is doesn't trade very much. 233,000 shares right now. That represents 20 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, so the CTCX so it resumed, and the high yesterday was 525. If it can get through 525, 542 is the next high. Yeah, I know the SPAC. How do you trade it though? Eyes closed. I mean, what's your entry? What's your stop? I still have that AEON. I still have a thumbnail just in case. Didn't do anything yesterday, but I will not lose sight of it. It's Verizon falling again. Okay, VZ. I see it on what's an earnings play. Actually, VZ is an earnings play. So it, it looks like it's going to go negative. Excuse me. So pretty positive to begin with. It actually got up to 35.20. Market opens and just moves down, basically flat now. What I saw with BBIG was moving down earlier, so I don't know what's happening with it now. Well, anything's possible, of course, in terms of a continuation, but there's no clue right now. Look at Triple M. Man, oh man. Triple M is I was wondering about this area right here, but not even close. So the next high is looking left is 111. 111 for Triple M. Earnings play. Shooting higher here. BFRG is a really messy one. BFRG is a very messy one. Look at all the topping tails. Destroying the buyer's confidence. I mean, look at all this. Were moving it higher 3 successive times. The sellers kept knocking it down. Here's a cheap one on the move, guys. AKBA. AKBA is on the move. Let's take a look left. Where could it go before? Yeah, again, to me, it looks like between here and 150, it could stall. So even though there's obviously something happening here, there is some buying that is definitely coming into it, and that's the AKBA. Well, I've never heard of these guys. ZWS, Zern LK Water Solutions Corporation. This is an earnings play. Not bad volume. Not bad volume, actually. What's the spread like? Not bad. 28.99, 29.01. And there goes Xerox, guys. Xerox. A lot of shares available to short on this ZWS. 1.66 mil. I don't think I've ever heard of these guys before. Boy, old school Xerox. Look at Xerox moving. It's an earnings play. Now, this one looks like 1707 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Obviously, lots and lots of shares available on this one to short. 9 million at Interactive Brokers. So look at this market, crazy market. Look at this. I mean, wiped out now, an hour and a half down, basically in 15, say 35 minutes. CLF is an earnings play. CLF is also an earnings play. See what it's doing. Wow. Cleveland Cliffs. So this one now, what sort of room does it have? Okay, 1873 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for CLF. So it does have some room. I you don't want to chase it right now, but maybe it just pauses for a bit. Maybe pulls back a little bit. What's the VWAP? 1717 is the VWAP. Yeah, GFAI doing its thing. High yesterday. Well, let's see if it takes out the high of yesterday, 792. 842, 847 is the 200-day moving average. So it would have some room. So APLD was an earnings play yesterday, got up to almost 10, pulled back down to 875. Boy, Xerox. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, who would have thought Xerox would do what it's doing with that float? Now, I mean, there it is. 1707 is the next high looking left. Is that going to stall it and then give us a little opportunity maybe on a short for Xerox? Okay, so the Pulte Group, PHM, it is an earnings play, has about $1 until the next high, but but it's an $81 stock. So to move $1, that's not a big percentage move, but all right, guys. So this AVTR, this is the one with some pretty high price targets put on it, I think in the 40s. So the high yesterday was 23.41. And it got to 23.45 today. But of course, what we're doing really is we're looking left. 25.26 is the next high. So let's see how well AVTR holds this level, takes out to 23.50 and moves. I'm going to stick an alert up there. Okay, Grumpy, I expect another one from you tomorrow, like RTX. I'll take it. Okay. Well, PJ, shall I say it again? WW. Okay, guys, Sage just showed up. It's the agony of my not getting it. Okay, guys, I'm in the Sage. To see it not get back over 40. If it does, I'll take myself out. But through the 200-day moving average, I don't think it's an earnings play. Next low looking left is 38.66 or something, so it has some room underneath. It showed up on the option scanner. Yeah, I just tried. Yeah, I don't see any news on it either. Oh, it's come a long way. I'm just trying. Yeah, I'm just really looking to see if there's any news on this one at all. Not that I can see. Reminds me a little bit like the one I took yesterday that worked out very well at the beginning, popped up, and then it dropped a lot during the course of the day. Wow, look at Xerox now. I think it's through that. Well, it's through 17. Look at Xerox, guys. I did see it in the pre-market, but I sort of just disregarded it. I didn't think there'd be a lot of people following it, but man, I'm just having to watch the Sage guys. The way it's trading, I'm going to have to be pretty careful on it, I think. So just give me a moment. I just have to keep an eye on this. Meanwhile, Xerox continues to move higher. Okay, well, I said this. I mean, now your next high looking left is 18. It's 18. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but hey guys, out of the sage, out of the sage. I'll have to keep an eye on it again if it breaks down through 40. Out of the sage with a loss. And now, meanwhile, GM has come right back up. It's still down for the day, but it is trying to recover. GM, very interesting. So what William said is, I guess they got into a conference call, and that kind of tanked the stock for a while. Yeah, that's the big joke. Well, I don't want to call it a joke. And if you guys ever invade us, it's because you want our water. Okay, guys, I'm watching Xerox now, holding 17. This is really interesting to me. It still has a dollar. Has a dollar. Okay, so Sage now is maybe getting me interested again. This reminds me of that one I did yesterday that eventually it started to really fall badly and I wasn't in it anymore. Okay, guys, Xerox now back up to 17. Okay, D-Dog with that big price target put on it, 140 or was it 140? D-Dog now is on the move here, guys. D-Dog on the move here. So it took out the high, actually almost at the high 2 days ago, 4 days ago, sorry, which is 117.45. And yes, $140 per share price target by Wolf Research. So keep it definitely. I mean, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert up here at around 117.45 for D-Dog and see if it takes that out. I think that's what it got up to today. Yeah, almost to the penny, guys. So that was a big level for to try to get through. D-Dog, DDOG. Roland, these are just ideas, okay? A lot of if you don't meet your trading plan, I'm just throwing a lot of ideas in the pre-market. None of you don't know if they're going to be tradable once the market opens. Okay, but what I try to do is get some stocks that I might want to look at once the market opens. Some don't pan out at all. It's not a matter of everything I talk about in the pre-market doesn't mean I'm going to trade them. Remember this one from yesterday, the stakeholder. Okay, just watching this D-Dog to see if it can reclaim 117. Well, I don't know if you are listening to me in the pre-market, Roland, but that is sort of what I do. I take a look at the stock, see where it's going, then I look left to see if it has any room. But again, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes typically. So a lot of things that I see in the pre-market, I'm hoping might settle down a bit. And then after 15, I will take a look at them again. That's just my style. It doesn't have to be your style. No, I use it as my primary charting program. Question was, do I use Trade Ideas as my primary charting program? Yes. Got a bunch of thumbnail charts in my other monitor. These are the ones that I use. Yeah, and I took a trade, Roland. So I don't understand what your point is. I took a trade on Sage. It didn't work for me. I'm looking for another one. Okay. I I don't trade. I'm not a huge trader in terms of the number of trades I do in a day. But I took a trade on the Sage when it showed up on my option scanner, and I said, "Okay, I'm in." It didn't work. Looking for another one now. So I see Logitech from our AI is right back now to the price, the alert price of 70.29. It pulled back all the way down to 69. So let's see if now this holds this area. This is the can you see my screen, Mercoles? This is the option scanner screen. If you can see it, it's called option plays. I don't trade options, okay? All I'm doing is I'm looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity, and I'll trade this. No, remember now, we're called trade ideas. Okay, so these are all ideas. They are not when you get the alert, you just take the trade. So my first step is to click on the alert, check to see what's happening with the overall market. Looking left, does it have room on the daily or the weekly chart before it hits the next high? That's the way I trade. And of course, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. All the ones you see on my screen, I am sharing, and some other ones that you don't see on my other monitors. Okay, guys, so this just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. 1810, I'm talking about right there. 1810. And actually, the alert happened at 10:06. It hasn't moved very much, and that is KNSA. So let's take a look at it. Where could it go before it starts hitting some resistance? It's a 2-year high. Looks like the next highs are around 1924 are the next highs on the weekly chart. So it's got room. 1816. So it's got some room. The only issue I have with it right now is the spread 1805, 1816. But over the whole number, so yeah, so I throw out an idea. If it meets your trading style or plan, you take the trade. If it doesn't, you pass. Really that simple. Okay, guys, KNSA is good for me. So we'll see what happens with this one. Was there any news on this? So it's actually an earnings play. Okay, so it is an earnings play. So it'll be active most of the day. But as always, I have a stop. So if it doesn't work, I'll be out with a manageable loss. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting on this KNSA. I want to. It just dropped. All right, put a price alert up in this area. See if it gets back up there. It's basically right where I bought it. So is there a way to edit the info at the top of a chart, like currently showing if earnings are also up or down, percent? I don't think so. I thought we had an earnings, a little earnings icon. If it was an earnings play, I did think we had a little earnings icon on the chart. I don't see it here for the KNSA. Maybe it's not. What are these charts? These are not the browser interface. Let me just see. I want to check. I could have sworn we had earnings on the chart. It would say E of some sort. Well, I guess if I read, it says earnings the day before the market opened. Okay, right there. Okay, so it does say earnings. Okay, T. Now, as far as all the other things are concerned, how much it's up and down, no. Okay, KNSA. Let's see if you can move for me a little bit. Trip. Is this an earnings play? TRP. Is it an earnings play? It is an earnings play. TRP is an earnings play, and it is on the way down. The next low looking left, 36.88. So about $1 away from that low. All right, KNSA, your bid is now 23.24, so that's a little bit better. Let's see if it can start to move for me. Wow, look at this one. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Didn't do anything in the pre-market. GLTO. All right, go. Okay, let's see if this one gives me a little bit more before I start to take some off. Okay, guys, I've taken some off of the KNSA, the 1850 mark, 1818 to 1850 for me so far. So, Roland, you could have taken that one if you had wanted to, if it met your trading style and plan, etc. You could have. Remember, I don't tell anybody what to take. I'm just pointing on opportunities, what I see, and if I'm in something, I'll say, okay, I'm in. Okay, yeah, I'll go over the option scanner. Okay. Yeah, so practice. Yeah, practice. I mean, that's a good, very good self-evaluation. I now know that I know nothing. Seriously, I mean, trading is not easy. And that's why we have our simulator. Okay. So you've heard me say this many, many, many times. Practice trading first before you commit money to the market. All you need is our standard service. You don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data. Okay. So the question was, what is the option scanner all about? Okay. Okay. No. So it's got nothing to do with what it's doing. It's looking for abnormal option activity. Okay. So all right, go KNSA. This is turning into a really nice little trade now, guys. So what it's looking for, I'll show you what the option scanners are. I right click, configure, and I'm going to search on options. Okay. These are the filters that we have. So we have some obvious ones. With the put call ratio. Option volume today is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Total contracts, puts and calls together. Okay. Option volume today, pretty obvious, number of contracts. We have the put volume today and the call volume today, contracts. This is the key one, option volume today percent. So the way these are constructed, generally, if say a company, if a stock has done, say, on average over the last 10 days, say 5,000 contracts, okay, on average, and if I use this filter, this 300% filter, a ratio 300% ratio of 3. So if I added and I put 300% in here, for me to see that company that has on average done 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, it would have to do 15,000 contracts a day. Okay, 3 times normal. So that's the whole. So all I'm doing is I'm just trying to find stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Nothing to do with strike expiration dates, nothing to do with all that. It's just another way to, zero in on stocks that are having abnormal activity. And in this case, option wise. Okay. And then I look at it and then, well, I don't trade the options, I trade the stock. No, not every one, of course. I mean, just because I get an alert, it's an idea. So in this particular case, these options in this one, you won't see it here, but I mean, the general idea, in it has to have at least 500 contracts, okay? Because we don't want to see something that's had three contracts, and normally over the last 10 days, it's done one. So it looks like three. Wow, 300% are normal. Okay, that obviously we don't want that. So I put in a minimum number of contracts. Most of the time, it'll be way more than the 500. Okay, and of 500,000 shares. Relative volume also of three, meaning it's also volume wise, is normal volume wise, trading three times normal. And then if you see yellow and brown, these are ideas to short. If you see green, sorry, blue, light blue, and are there any greens today? Have I accidentally unchecked it? No. Interesting. So what green is, that would be 300% of normal, and blue, the light blue, is 150% of normal. And the reason I did that is I used to only have 300% of normal, three times normal. But I thought, you know what? What if a stock is just really starting to ramp up in terms of its option volume? So I thought, okay, let's catch a little bit earlier at 150%, maybe on the way, to 300%, 400%, whatever. So, for instance, look at the GLTL, 1,200%. So that's 12 times normal in terms of now. We won't see it. We won't see it here because the option volume is only 110 contracts. So remember, it has to be a minimum of 500. But if I look at TRP, 464%, that's 4.6 times normal. It's traded almost 3,000 contracts. That represents about 4.6 times normal. Hey guys, well, if you're in the KNSA, hopefully you managed to trade, took some profit out. Yeah, I mean, if you're an intraday trader, I mean, all we're looking for, we want to see stocks, of course, that are having abnormal activity. And so one of our filters, that relative volume filter, so that says 3.98, if you can see it for TRP. That means it's trading almost four times normal up to this time of day. So at approximately 10:30 over the last 10 days, it's had it looks at this is a real simple definition. It's a little more complicated, but over the last 10 days, by 10:30, this stock has done a certain amount of volume on average. Today, it's doing 3.9 times that. Okay. And typically, you're going to see the stocks. We're getting more and more into earning season. You're going to see stocks probably in the, having abnormal option activity if the stocks are optionable. Because when a stock releases earnings, that's when a stock usually has a lot of activity, be it up or down. Okay, what's next? Let's see. Now, before I keep going, it is 10:35, so typically right around this time, I'll go over the things you're going to find on my homepage, including my scans. All right, so on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. Maybe right at the top here. So if you do want to take out a subscription, and I'll go over that in a little more detail, but Barry15 for 15% off the first month only. If you do want an annual subscription, so if you are sitting there with a monthly and you want an annual, I can give you a better discount. I can give you a 25%. Just have to ask me. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. Starts off with your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, you must do that. And here is if you're new to trading 101. Now, Michael Noss put this together. I think it's about 38 videos long. And Michael will also be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Okay, so you can ask him questions about this and other questions. He is a big VWAP type player, so you can ask him questions about that also. But this Trading 101, if you're new to trading, and it's all free. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. I think it definitely was a successful one. Let me take a look at what it's doing. It was Nordstrom's, AWN. Yeah, it's still hanging in there. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens, about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. And you'll get an email. It'll tell you the suggested entry and the stop. And I believe it was 2080 for Nordstrom's yesterday. So still above that entry. These are more designed for swing trades, but how you trade them or if you trade them, of course, is up to you. Education section is here. Great user guide. Click on that user guide. So there's that getting started again. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, the T window, and about stock racing. Also, I would take a look at how to set a price alert on a chart. Very simple to do. And if you're not doing it, I think you're just not using the program to its fullest. There's the getting started again. So daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And again, because it's Tuesday, it should be Michael Noss. And Michael, if you go in there between 12 and 1, he's going to nag at you to death about you must have a trading plan. You can't rely on anybody else. You have to have a trading plan. Okay. If you don't have a trading plan, don't trade. Mm, okay. So after that pullback, KNSA continues to move higher here. So I've traded some out, but I have some left. So let's see what happens now. Let me get KNSA back up. Remember what I said. Next high is looking left. Yeah, 2076. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, 1920. 1920, 1924. Those are the next two highs looking left on the weekly chart. I'm not saying it's getting there, but all I do is I just keep looking left to see where a stock, excuse me, could keep going until it hits the next high. If I feel it has enough room until it hits the next high, it becomes a candidate for me to trade. A very simple style of trading. Okay, so getting back to my home page. So here's the deal, guys. If you're going to take out a subscription, please use my link. You can save my homepage if you don't want to take out excuse me. If you don't want to take out a subscription right now, you can save my homepage and click later to take out a subscription. This is a free room. We want to keep it that way. Okay. So company, obviously we use this as a marketing tool. The only way the company knows if it's working the way it should be is if you take out a subscription using my link, because then the room gets credit. Okay, so again, if you do want to take out a subscription, please use my link. Also, if you save my home page, you can take a look at my scans. I change them up from time to time, and the education. Now, let's take a look at the scans. I forgot to do that. So if you click on my homepage link, and what you're looking for right off the bat are my scans, and just scroll down, and here they are. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. This this just allows me to see what stocks obviously are the most active in the pre-market. Doesn't mean that I'm going to trade them. It just means that I have an idea about what's going on. Some of them may continue to move the way I want them to, some may not. Okay, but at least it gives me an idea, a bit of a plan of what I might be doing over the course of the day. Halts resumes. You see the halts resumes is right over there. The option plays is here. There it is, option plays. The momentum up and down is here. Okay, dock momentum up and down. I obviously have some, and the single stock window. If you like this, you can have this. These are just filters. Okay, this is what I like to see, but some of you might want to see more financial information. This is totally customizable. But I have other scans that I'm sharing. Okay. And the 10-day daily breakdown is right here. That's where I saw the KNSA. So if you're wondering, well, why don't I have it displayed? Well, problem is there'd be way too much going on. Okay, I mean this is probably at the limit. With these alerts right here, that's about at the limit that I want to display. But you're certainly welcome to take a look at any one of my scans. And as always, if you take one of my scans, give me a moment. So this is the momentum scan. So let's take a look at it, what it is actually looking for. So if I right click and I click on configure and summary. So this is what Trade Ideas is great at. Okay, we are a scanner, a real-time alert scanner. Many screeners out there. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. So in this particular scan, if a stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least six, meaning it's trading at least six times normal up to this time of day. 300,000 shares minimum. This is the momentum aspect. 1,000% of normal in the last volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes is 400% of normal, and up 5% from the close, etc. So if all of these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we saw at 10:42, STKH made a new high for the day at 143, and it met all these filter requirements. Okay, that is what we're really good at. Now, if you look at this scan and you say, well, I wouldn't mind having it, but I don't like the price range, no problem. You just left click on the icon. And again, this is not a crash course on how to use Trade Ideas. I'm just showing you the features and what you can do. All of this is in the guide. So what I did was, I clicked, and now here is the price. So if you wanted a different price, maybe you want it between 10 and 100, make the change. I click on summary, you see how it's changed. So if you like it exactly the way I've constructed it, great. Or you can make some changes if you want, up to you. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, there might be some filters that you like, and you might add some, you might take some that you don't like in here. But what we're really trying to do though is if you don't want to, if you don't want to have to, or you want to create a scan completely from scratch, we've got a lot of scans for you. And of course, if you do want to create anything from scratch, right click, configure, search. These are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Now, do not get hung up on how many we have. Right at the very top, the new high, the new low. Absolutely, the two most popular real-time alerts we've got, but we've got a lot of other real-time alerts. And I scroll down here, these are the screening or the filters that we've got. Now, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. We have to have a lot because we lots of different styles of trading with our thousands of customers. So we had to create enough of them so that for the majority of our customers, they could find a way to combine the alerts and filters to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, and you can use trade ideas with any broker. Doesn't matter who your broker is. We're a scanner. Okay, you can use this with any broker. Now we do have a nifty little tool called external linking. So if you from our toolbar, and you'll see we have something called external linking. What external linking means is this: for a lot of brokers, if I click on an alert, it'll load into the broker. It'll load into your broker's platform. Okay, so it's a time saver. That's all it is. Instead of my having to, if I see an alert, instead of my having to type it into my order entry, I can click on it and it'll go into the order entry into my broker's platform. Okay. Now there is a way. This window that you see here, this big blue window. If you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, then you can actually use this to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. If you have, Roland, how can I possibly answer a question like that? Why is your scanner better than my broker scanner? First of all, I have no idea who your broker is. Okay. And well, I mean, we are, as I tried to point out, you can create virtually any type of scan that you want using our scanner. Okay, so but I cannot possibly know what who, and I won't even be able to, even if you told me your broker. I probably have never used their scanner. So there it is. Okay, ELWS, new IPO, as you just said. Who put this in time, man? Any idea of how many shares and what the projected IPO open price was going to be? Was it, and it's just got halted. So, I mean, we're incredibly flexible at what you can do. Creating your own scans or taking my scans, or we've got a lot of scans in our toolbar. I click on new and then doc channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. We have a lot of scans in here. So usually there is something, for every type of trading style. Okay, then Roland, you have answered your own question. So obviously, trade ideas is not for you. That's fine. Stick with your broker. So this ELWS, oh, thank you very much, KNSA. So $5, 1.2 million. So it's a little bit underneath the IPO price and 1.2 million, so very low. Now I see it right here. All right, guys. So the KNSA, I'm out most of it now. It looks like it's going to stall at around 19. So I'm out most of it now. Don't have very much left. Just in case, though, it does something crazy. So this was so this is also an IPO today, guys. I don't know if you guys mentioned it. Yeah, JNVR, also an IPO today. Yeah, if it's a SPAC that just opened, Denver, I mean, it's probably right at $10, right? Yeah, typically the first day of a SPAC is not that exciting. It's going to hang around $10. And the other thing, Roland, you just might want to check out the other trading room. A lot more action, a lot more ideas thrown around. So you can always head over there too. All right, ELWS just resumed. So far, it looks like this. There's just more people in there. There's more interaction among traders. It's not just myself. Well, I'm the only one who talks, but I mean, you'll see that a lot of other traders and they're, throwing out ideas also. So ELWS, so priced at 5. So here's the deal, guys. I will stick a price alert at 5, see if it gets up there. So far, this is not a resounding success. And by that, I mean, when something is priced at 5 and it opens, say at 7 or 8, there's some enthusiasm for it. Right now, there's not a huge amount of enthusiasm for this one. Good evening from Denmark, the Great Dane. I was wondering if it's possible to get a news and a trades. Okay, so we do not have a trade. So you're talking about the actual number of trades, right? We do have news, but I mean, it's not, I'm not going to call like we won't have a news column, but we do have news. But if you're looking for the absolute late breaking news, it's not going to be there. Okay. So you can't have it, but you see, well, I've got this single stock window. So if I click on news, okay, and I click on STKH, I'm going to see the news, for STKH. Now, if you're looking for like the news that happened like 2 seconds ago, it's probably not going to be here. Okay. Now you could actually take this if you wanted to and have it on its own so you don't have to click. Like I keep it on details, right? But I could, if I wanted to, sort of move this. I could move this out and have it on floating on its own if you really wanted to. And as far as the actual number of trades are concerned, no, we do not have that. We have you can see what a stock has normally has done over the last 10 days in terms of the number of trades. But, if you're intraday trading, that really doesn't mean anything. Well, I mean, I don't know who your broker is, but I use Interactive Brokers News, and I think it's pretty darn good for, as a service that's included in Interactive Brokers. This is it right here. Okay, this is from Interactive Brokers, and it is definitely more up to date than our news here. Well, then Trade Zero, I would take a look at what Trade Zero's got. Before you, I mean, Benzinga is pretty expensive. Yeah, I mean, most brokerage platforms will have a news feed of some sort. Okay, so the next test drive probably is not until the fall. I'm sorry, I'm just catching up on some questions now. Probably not till the fall. Troy C, can I repeat what? I'm sorry, I'm just it's my favorite strategy. Well, I mean, I would say two. I only had two to look at for the end of time. Be my 10-day daily breakout and down, and the option scanner. These are my favorite scanners. Okay, and my strategy. I mean, I'm a momentum trader. So I mean, I like to see stocks near the highs and lows of the day. Not everybody likes that. A lot of you want to play stocks that pull back to the VWAP or a moving average, and that's fine. There's no right or wrong. So Troy C, I don't know what I said to repeat. Can I repeat what? Okay, I'm just now reading. Yeah, I don't understand what was going on there, but let's try to keep it civil, guys. Yeah, I mean, I have two rooms. Okay, there's a YouTube room. It's it's basically the same. They are on a slight delay. Okay, but they see my screen and they can hear me. There's just not as many traders in the room. It's just easier to get into. I guess that's the only reason anybody goes to our YouTube room. And then we have the main, what I call the main room. More traders, more action. Okay, guys, I'm out of everything now. I'm completely out of the KNSA, so I have nothing on the go right now. Okay, guys, give me a moment here. I'm just following an internal discussion. See if I can do help. Okay, yeah, you guys been talking about APLD. I'm afraid to look at it now. Hmm. So this was an earnings play yesterday. Did nicely at the beginning, had a pretty big sell-off by the end of the day. But yeah, APLD, very good. Okay, you guys are talking about RTX also. RTX on a bit of a comeback here. All right. So if you're a VWAP player, look at RTX. The VWAP is 83.51. It is a little bit above the VWAP now. You see how well it holds it. 83.51 is the VWAP. It's at 83.65 right now. And that could be a trading style for some. I'm definitely watching it here, guys, to see how well this holds the VWAP. 83.51, 83.64. I'm to see some volume coming in. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. LTH. This is an earnings play. Another one that you don't often hear about. LTH is an earnings play coming maybe into a bounce area. Okay. Looking left on the weekly chart, you can kind of see there might be some support around 18, maybe. So there's LTH. It is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but the next low looking left is right around 18. So maybe that will be a bounce area. Oof, this one was clobbered in the pre-market, I believe. Yeah, VTNR was clobbered in the pre-market, continuing down now. Okay, RTX holding that VWAP area. The problem is earnings play. Now, I have no idea what would have happened had they not had also the bad news. Okay, I don't know what would have happened. But so it's an earnings play, and then on top of that, it is bad news regarding this Pratt and Whitney uh, engines being recalled. So it's not like that bad news has disappeared. So this may be just a momentary blip up here, guys. I mean, it's trying to hold a VWAP. 83.51 is the VWAP. Did not take trip. I guess I should have. Look at trip TRP. Where was the first alert? No, I have this here too. The don't repeat. So why I do that? So I can tell. Yeah, not bad. This will tell me the first alert when it happened. This will be repeating it every time it makes a new low. If it's suggested short. So there's the TRP as an example. So at 10:07, we had an alert at 37.84. And I look left over here. And so from 37.84, it is now down to 37.48. And this is the don't repeat. And I'm sharing this. It gives you an idea because now you can kind of go back and say, well, what happened from that first alert? We're really not having a lot of big abnormal option activity, guys. And that would mean I'm looking at the ones that are over 300%. And, we've got one, two, three, four out of these. These are 100, that's 174, 213, 203, barely sneaking in for GM, 150. And remember, this is percent, but just think of it like a ratio. So, this is 9.2 times normal. This is obviously hugely abnormal, but not a lot of them are really, really abnormal, like crazy abnormal. Uh, yeah, I mean, I know it's tough, guys. You look at these things, you say, well, why didn't I take 1,000 shares here? 2,000 shares. AURC, again, I cannot see any, I don't even know who they're trying to merge with. All right, so here's a little bit of news. Aurora acquisition, a rising star. Okay. Well, it doesn't say who they're looking at merging with, though. I forgot to keep looking at Logi, guys. Yeah, Logi, LOGI. There was the alert at 70.29 from the AI. It dropped and then it came back. And now here it goes. LOGI. Huh. I didn't even realize that the KNSA was in this breakout long scan, 1860, 1867. Didn't even realize it. I was in it before, of course. And this is part of our premium service, guys. This is the AI. Okay. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. GT? Oh, look at KNSA, guys. KNSA is still not over. I'm not in it anymore, but let's take a look and see. I may get back in it if it looks like it's 18, 19. Let's see, 19. I'm just looking to see where the next highs are. I think 20. Yeah, so we've got a high at 1924, one at 1920, and then after that, 2076. So, well, if it can take out 19 and they get through these, I mean, it still has a lot of room. So I'm just going to stick an alert up in that area. Earnings play today. So they report a loss, but they top revenue estimates. I'm glad I held off on the RTX. I really am. I almost bid it at 83.70. I just think it's too much bad news. So the AI's actually had a couple of nice ones on the short of LTH, 1909, 1866 now. And then, with some patience on the Logi, 70.29, almost a dollar move there. Not huge percentages, but not bad plays. You're asking for a difference, Roland. There is a big difference. We have our AI that generates automatically potential trades for you. Okay, guys, look at the VWAP now for Xerox. 1665, so it's right at the VWAP, 1665. GT, I should have looked at GT. Below the whole number. Take a look at GT. William just alerted me to that one. Hmm. So the next low looking left is 1479-ish. So about 20 cents away from that. Just a little too extended, unfortunately, for me anyway. Oh, I wish I had some of the KNSA left. Boy, this ALK just continues down, guys. It probably had a bit of a jog up, a little bit of a jog up, but getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. Less than $1 away from the 200-day moving average now for ALK earnings play. There's KNSA over 19 or at 19. Yeah, so if you're wondering why is not KNSA showing up on my option scanner, well, hardly trades options at all. 145 contracts today. That's it. So it's really, even though it's optionable, and even though it's an earnings play, the option does not have abnormal option activity. So it showed up here though on the 10-day daily breakout. I mean, I have to laugh. I mean, the AEURC also showed up 1017, 2050, 2945 high. Just, I mean, it's a complete gamble. Woo, AMC, I'm just seeing is just made a new low again. Ah, shares available now. 16,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. There were none yesterday to short. 16,000 now. Interesting. Not that I want to short it right now, but okay. Nice on the KFG. I think somebody said they took it off the option scanner. Um, where could it go to? Looks like the next high in the weekly chart is 227. So, certainly plenty of room. Maybe a 10% move if it could get there. Okay, guys, again, if you're a VWAP player, XRX is right at the VWAP, 1665. This price is 1669 right now. So it's just hanging around the VWAP right now. All right, guys, Al continues down. There's a nice little break, getting closer and closer to that magnet that is called the 200-day moving average. I'm assuming, Theta, that that question is just sort of asked in jest, because obviously there's many, many things that have gone on. So here's another one at the VWAP, guys. These are the two scans that I or top. Well, they're scans. Well, I suppose okay, they're really screeners. Okay, so these are a couple that I shared yesterday. If you're interested, so these are stocks that are near the VWAP, just underneath, and stocks that are just over the VWAP. Okay, so when I click on JBI, 1174. So at this point, it's right at it. In fact, what I do is I sort on the distance it is from the VWAP. Okay, so you can see that JBI is sitting right on it. EWTX is just slightly underneath it. CLF is just slightly over it. Okay, so these are two that I. So if you're interested in looking at stocks that are near the VWAP, I can give you them. You tried to make your own, but no bueno. Okay, well, first of all, I'll show you what it looks like, and again, you can of course put your own price range in. So this is the key: the stock where the price is no more than 1% below the VWAP, and the price is at the VWAP. So that this is may what would have confused you. Okay, so just a bit under is -1 and 0. Now that is an arbitrary number. I mean, so it can't be more than 1% under the VWAP. Okay, but anyway, I'll give them to you. Okay, that was the first one, and this is the one that just underneath. So here's JetBlue. So JetBlue is right at the VWAP, 795, 793, underneath the whole number. Airlines are getting hit a little bit here, I guess because of ALK. I don't know if there's any other reason. All right, guys, round three, perhaps for KNSA to try to get through 19. All right, guys, 11:29. So I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. I'm pretty sure it will be, but just want to confirm. In about half an hour, while I take my break. The earnings play, guys. AGNC. Does it have room? Too bad. There's a little area right here of 1060, 1057. And then it's got a shot to 11. So that might stall it. The 1057 may stall it. Speaking of meme stocks, how's Tupperware doing? Or certainly high short float percent stocks. Okay, just confirmed. It'll be Michael in our YouTube room in about half an hour. Okay, so DDOG putting a little bit of a move here, guys. A little bit of a move. A little bit of a move. It's over the VWAP again, 116.19. So it's over the VWAP. Again, there's a $140 price target put on it by Wolf Research. That must be the reason it's moving. So, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts now. Very definitely quieting down. Just looking at crypto. So, crypto is up a little bit today. The S-day, which had such a huge day yesterday. Well, guys, I mean, telling you, this is why don't take your eyes. If you have the AI, okay, that alert, that original alert for Logi at 70.29, again, you don't have to hop into these trades immediately. Okay. I would never do that. Take a look, see what happens. What is it doing? You can see right off the bat, it actually dropped. And then when it came back up to that alert price, it's had a nice little move, about $1.50 move once it got back up to the original alert price. So, use this like a watch list. And Logi is an earnings play. Reported better than expected Q1 EPS results and raised its 2024 guide. That's the key one, guys. Raising the guidance for 2024. At 1920 level for KNSA, pretty critical if it can take that out. Yeah, not in this one. MKFG, I forgot where could it go to? I think that was the one could get to like 223 or something, 226 before it hits the next high. And it's not a low float, 100 million in the float for this company, MKFG, and that's not a low float. So that's a very impressive move, 28% with that float. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Look at this market. An hour and a half straight down in the pre-market. Market opens, big giant green bar, little follow through, little pullback, and now just surging again. Okay, well, things have really quieted down now for me. Now, this MYMD, I know a lot of people are following this. There's an argument. 155 is a target, could be a target, or an area where it could get to before it stalls. There are little areas, little highs looking left, but this is the big one up here at 155. A lot of these stocks that I'm seeing on the near the VWAP, they're just hanging there. I mean, they're just hanging there. This is the classic earnings play that I love, though, guys. KNSA, very under the radar for most. Most people have probably never heard of this. I've seen it before, but it's certainly nothing that is talked about in any of the financial news, financial networks. But look what it does. I mean, it has its earnings day. It has its sort of day of glory, maybe for a couple of days, and then you'll see for about 3 months you won't even see it again. So I love these what I call second, third, and fourth tier earnings plays. I don't really care about the big guys. The big guys will sort of give a direction for the overall market, but I love these ones. And you'll notice that most of these trades that you're going to see, suggested trades that you're going to see from the AI, are probably earnings plays. Certainly, these first two are. I think the LTH is. Yes. How about the AUB? Yeah. So, most of the trades you're going to see here, or suggestions, probably going to be earnings plays for the next, 3 weeks or so. And why? Because those are the stocks that break out, either long or short. Look at this market. Okay, guys, big level now. Big level for KNSA. Pretty low float too. 33 million in the float. That's a not a crazy low, but it is definitely a low float, 33 million. Man, Xerox is just hanging at the surprise. I mean, it's just hanging on the VWAP, not doing anything. 1665, 1670. KNSA. I'd actually be, I know it's typically out of the price range I don't like to trade, but I'd actually be interested in DDOG if it takes out the high of the day, which I can't see. 117.47. Yeah, 117.47. I'm going to get it up here. The reason being, again, that 140 price target. That, in my opinion, I think that's the only. In fact, I have the price alert set up here. I think that's the only reason it's moving. It's not an earnings play. I can't find any other news on it. And so if it takes out the high of the day, could get people interested, like myself. Yes, we talked. I guess you weren't here in the pre-market. Yeah, that was the. That's what we talked about. The 140 by Wolf. Yeah, price target announced at 140 by Wolf. And Wolf upgrades on easing competition, Gen AI opportunity. Oh my. AURC. Well, guys, we're definitely back into SPAC madness. Not all of them, but I mean, we're definitely into SPAC mania. We're just seeing so many of these now over the last month, maybe even 2 months. The surprising thing about this one is I still don't see who they're supposed to merge with. Okay, so it is going to be better.com. Okay, but the last news we see on this is around March the 20th. So this is maybe they're getting closer. Maybe that's all like maybe they're just getting closer. Hmm. No, maybe they're getting closer to this solidifying this merger. I don't know. I mean, this is just a obviously I saw this in the pre-market, saw it in the pre-market. In fact, I have it at the top of my sheet here, AURC. But I thought, you know what? What are we really going to do with it? I guess the only argument could be made for a buy around 2140, taking out that high of that 10, 15-minute candle, putting a stop at about 20. Meanwhile, I know some of you are still in this APLD. Well, if you're in it, I mean, my goodness, the next high is 1162, 1162. So it's about a dollar away, a little less than a dollar away. Earnings play yesterday. Whoops, there's the stock, STOK. Now, this showed up, yeah, earlier, 636. So there was the first alert for it. There was the first alert for it at 1047. Price was 636, 612 now. All-time low. I'm not in it. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do right now is put the YouTube link in the room. So if you want to head over to YouTube in about 8 minutes or so, Michael should be there. Not there yet. You can listen to Michael talk about all the stuff that he does. He's way more of a swing trader than I am, of course. When you ask him a question, he might say to you, well, what's your trading plan? Does it meet your trading plan? Okay, yes, the KNSA taking off again. Been holding my breath on it. My problem is I'm in it, guys. I'm in it, but I'll take my break, so I'm going to have to figure out what I want to do. Maybe put a giant chart. I'll be doing my routine, exercise routine, put a giant chart so I can keep following it. Well, I can't take it now because I'm going on my break. But guys, there's the data dog. DDOG is now at the high of the day. At the high of the day. Well, you have an option, okay? If you can see my screen, JP, you see how my volume here and this chart, it's in it. It's that is a new chart area. I would say that 99.9% of the people, that's what they want to do. You put it in a new chart area. If you don't, then you will see all the you'll see the volume in your chart, which can get which can, it's not it wouldn't be so bad if the stock is doing this, but if it was moving down, it'd all be jumbled up. Okay. So I would say that 99.9% of people when they're adding volume to the chart, they want it in a new chart area. Imagine, yeah. So imagine if you here's stock moving down, right? If you had the volume bars, they'd be up in here. They'd be all disrupting. Okay. Show in status line, that I'm not sure about. Where do you see that? Volume. Oh, I see. Show and status line. Probably I've never this is the default, but let me just do one up here, okay? Is that is just that's the default, so I never even didn't even realize it was there. But let's see what happens if I uncheck it. So first of all, let's okay, if I uncheck it, I see. Okay, so it gives you more of like a line chart, okay, underneath. I wouldn't do, I mean, you can do it if you want, but it gives you this look here. Never even knew it, to be honest, JP. Okay. I would just, yeah. Didn't even know the option existed. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. I'll be still live in YouTube, just waiting for Michael to show up. Put my announcement in. Back around 1 p.m. ET. I use volume. Yeah, I just want the volume. Up to you, though, of course. That's why you have all the different options. But I mean, I only use, I just care about this volume. I don't know, like average volume. No, I don't care about that personally. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do when I'm on my break, KNSA, I'll be putting a giant chart on my screen, and while I'm doing my workout and just following it. I mean, now it's got some room, 220. I'm not saying it's getting to 20, of course. Actually, am I right? Or was there another high? Come on. Weekly. Yeah, the next high looking left is 2076. Yeah, I'm not saying it's getting there, but doesn't have any resistance, at least on a weekly chart. So there is Mr. Knobs, 1860 for KNSA. Where did it show up on mine? 1810. Hi, Michael. How are you?
Hello, Barry. How are things?
Not bad, not bad. I'm back into the KNSA. You probably don't even know, but it's in the AI.
Nope.
But it's a breakout long. It's one of yours. So, but I got it a lot earlier. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakout at 1810, and it showed up on the AI at 1860. So, but nice, really nice.
It's
It's
good.
the classic earnings plays that I love. Nobody knows about. Well, nobody, not many people, know anything about this sort of a company, but they have earnings and they just go crazy.
Well, that's good because soon all of the AI plays will be one of mine. So I hope you're liking them.
Yeah, well, all four of them are earnings plays, and we talked about that. I know the last time most of the stocks, most of the ones in the breakout longs and shorts tend to be earnings plays during earnings season. Just makes sense because that's when a stock usually breaks out long or short.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the part of the goal is to make it so that everything that the AI is going to look at is going to be high volume, high relative volume, right?
And,
It's
and high relative volume, of course. That's the other thing. They're not just breaking out, just because they're breaking out. But yeah, typically, obviously, a company that, especially a company like KNSA, we probably won't hear of KNSA for another 3 months. It might have another day tomorrow and all that, but until it has earnings 3 months from now, probably won't hear about it at all.
Yeah, and that's one tip that I give to everyone who's interested in day trading is I just say, listen, the first thing you can do to make your life way easier is if it's doing like less than two relative volume, just ignore it.
Ignore it.
Um,
Exactly.
you got to go where if you're day trading, you got to go where the interest is. You got to go where people are talking about it and where the excitement is. So relative volume. So that's going to be one big change. Is everything's going to have at least two relative volume
Mhm.
before it even gets considered, and I think that will help with because at the very least, if you're wrong on a high relative volume name, you're wrong quick, and you're wrong
Yeah.
quick, right? And it's time to go, right? There's no the worst the trades I hate the most are the trades that just keep you in and keep you guessing, right? They just you're in the whole time and it's just chopping around. It's not moving for you. It's not moving against you. Uh, I'd
Hmm.
rather be I'd rather be in and then stopped out right away, or be in and be right away, and not have to faff about.
Interesting on this one too, because it doesn't really trade options. It's only 300 contracts, so it has not showed up on my option scanner. I'm surprised that it's not trading. It is optionable, so I'm surprised that it's not trading more options today. But anyway, that's the other thing I'm just using. I'm just my 10-day daily breakouts and the option scanner, and that's it. I mean, that is it.
Well, and that will be an underlying problem I think with your option scanner is that right, there's a lot of the little guys don't trade options at all. They're just not they're not generally liquid enough, but you know what I mean? For you, they may become liquid enough on that day, but it just means that the options usually they take a while to catch up to that kind of thing.
No, I'm not trading options. I'm just trading
No,
the
no, no.
stock.
But just
Yeah.
it just may miss the scanner if the thing never trades any options, but all of a sudden it's going crazy
Oh, I see. Yeah,
today, right?
but then it gets picked up usually on the breakout. So
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm covered. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm
Yeah.
covered if it's not optionable, but usually the other scan will pick it up.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's why I like it. Okay, my friend, I'll take off now, and
Cool.
we'll see you in about an hour.
Sure. Have fun.
Okay.
Okay, boys and girls. So while Barry goes and drinks 27 beers at the pub, I like to open up the room to live Q&A. So we do this every single day. It's something really cool that I think that we do at Trade Ideas, where we want to make sure uh, that there is enough support when people are trying to learn, because trading and trade ideas as a software is difficult. You can't make an incredibly powerful software and also make it super simple, but we are working on that with the downloaded version, that or the web version that is getting pushed out really, really soon. It's very, very exciting to see that kind of build and to grow. So what I do is all of us, we come in here, and from noon until 1 Eastern, we answer questions. We shoot the shit. We talk about what's going on in the market. If you don't have questions, but we really appreciate when you do, because we have nothing prepared, because we want to make sure that if people have questions, that we have answers. And as always, make sure you ask. The whole, if you got the question, maybe someone else does. Maybe it leads us down a cool rabbit hole where you learn something that you didn't know before, that kind of stuff. But in the meantime, I'm going to be doing some of my work. This is the first I've really looked at the market all day. This VERV is triggering here. We have a little bit of an issue with our short data that we are working through. It is known. But this one actually popped up because it actually has a 30% short float on this name. So this is why I have it on my little price alerts watch list right here, and breaking out a little bit. I'm kind of looking for the $21 area. So if we switch over here to the 15-minute chart and we leave the daily chart in the corner here, a little bit extended for me to enter right here, but we'll keep this one on watch as the day goes through. Myself as a swing trader, I'm not even here for the it's weird. I'm not even here for the open. I don't take any trades off the open. For swing trading, I found I get too chopped up. Usually I'm at the gym or something. So this is my kind of first look at the market. So it's trying to deal with these highs back here. If we go and we take a look at Verve for that high here and then this high here, it's trying to deal with those. So what I would like to see over the next little bit is some sort of pullback or sideways consolidation. Then I'll take a break of that later in the afternoon. So I don't even know what happened with the markets today. So let's go through those real quick. So yeah, this is kind of what I thought. SPY is not doing much of anything. We're now, 5 days in a row inside this really, really tight range. A lot of day left, but I wouldn't be shocked if we kind of stay here, right? We have FOMC tomorrow. I say this all the time. A couple days before FOMC, not a whole lot happens. So, play your crazy high relative volume stuff that, me and Barry were talking about. But for the rest of it, it's not really a day for me to kind of take a swing on anything. Um, you got to think, if you're a large institution, you could either go in day one, right? You could anticipate FOMC and take a big bet here or there, or you could just wait for tomorrow, right? And the big guys, they're in no rush, so they're definitely waiting for tomorrow for everything to kind of hammer out, right? Try to figure out what's going on, what's moving in the market, that type of stuff, right? So it's probably that way a lot across the board. So let's take a look at the Qs. QQQ in our more tech sector, up a little bit today, but still kind of relatively weak. You know, if we draw the same 5-day box that we did on the SPY, right? The SPY was trading like right up here, and the Qs are much lower. So we're still seeing a little bit of weakness in tech. One thing that I've been watching a lot is IWM. So yeah, a little, you know, IWM's looking okay. A little bit of strength here. So, how long do you usually wait before opening a swing? Several of the 6 you mentioned did well in the first 30 minutes or so. I'm a what they call basically a close to close trader. I wait for the close. And you got to remember, in trading, there is no answer to anything, right? Everything in trading, when you're building a plan, is just trade-offs, right? So, the benefit that I find of being a close to close trader is I get wicked out of things a lot less, needing the close to kind of take. So here's a perfect example. So I put DraftKings on my list yesterday, and it just ran off the open, and then it just kind of crashed back down. So, right, I haven't taken DraftKings, nor will I unless it gets some sort of, you know, I'm kind of going to zoom into a smaller chart, and if it can kind of get moving again, it comes maybe back up to 32 or something like that, then maybe I'll take a shot on it. But in return, it means the right. So again, there's trade-offs with everything. So the benefit for me for being close to close trader is that I know what the candle is going to look like when it closes. So here's an example of right something I took yesterday, which was Weight Watchers. Right. So I'm in Weight Watchers from somewhere right around here, right around the close. So basically, let's just mark the close. The downside, or sorry, I've finished the upside. So the upside is I don't need to stare at the screens all day long, right? I just don't. Around noon or so, I could set some stop limits at some prices, and then I could walk away from my screen until the close and take a look at it. That's one major upside that I found is that, limits my time staring at every tick of the market so I can do other things and be productive otherwhere place in my life. The other side is that I get wicked out a lot less. So, having a stock run up and then immediately crash, I get that way less than, if you're entering off the open. The other upside for me is, again, I want to see what this candle looks like on the closing print or near the closing print, right? So say the afternoon anyway, as opposed to just trying to say what the candle looks like in the first 2 minutes of trading. The downside is every now and then something will just rip without me, and that's fine. And if I had traded it off the open, I would have, kind of made more. I would have done more. So if we go down to DraftKings, right, and let's say this didn't reverse, but I was watching it above these kind of 3-day highs right here. Let's say it just exploded and it just went, and it spent the next 4 days making a crazy breakout. Then I just have to miss it. So the question when you're making decisions like this, like also Peter's question about what you're looking to see on a 15-minute volume. Well, again, it's whatever your trading plan is. But you have to understand that everything's a trade-off. If you're looking for high volume, you're going to miss low volume stuff. If you're looking for low volume, then you're going to miss high volume stuff. So, it really, at the end of the day, everything that I do personally, I can really boil down as, show me a trend, find me a pullback or a resting period as a way to get into that trend. And then I'm going to try to hold that trend as long as I can. And everything else is just right. People who are still trying to figure out the holy grail, right? And I always say when you're done, trying to figure that out. Then you'll realize probably the same thing I did, that it's all about finding a trend, finding a way into the trend, finding a way to ride the trend as long as you can. Right, everything else is just kind of gobbledygook, right? So for me, it's just I like this close to close style trading because I'm not getting kind of wicked one way or the other. I can see what's happening in the market, so I kind of sit down. I'm doing other stuff all day. I do stuff for trade ideas and my YouTube channel, and I'm on a lot of other people's streams and Twitter Spaces and all this kind of stuff. For me, when it comes to trading, I'm sitting down at the last hour of the day and I'm going through everything that I'm looking for. I go through all of the ETFs on my watch list. I get a pretty generally good view of what the markets look like. I'm putting in orders of stuff that I want to buy. I'm putting in orders of stuff that I want to sell, and I'm doing all that in this kind of condensed time frame at the end of the day when everything's a little bit more chill and I'm not getting like super caught up by the lights, because these are swing trades. So right, it shouldn't matter on, say, Weight Watchers, that I got here instead of maybe getting here, right? Like this little difference in the long run of my trading shouldn't make that much of a difference if I'm trying to get a multiple day push. And on Weight Watchers, that has such a high short float, right? I'm looking for this thing to hopefully get to, right? So if we test prior highs up here, right, that's another 10-15% away. So then the little bit shouldn't matter. If things go wild, right, maybe we get up to 20 and that's a double, right? So um, how much you focus on all these little things should have a lot to do with what your time frame is and what your goal is. That's just kind of how I look at it, right? So for example, my Mara trade, which again, these are the ones, right? Trend trading, the way I trend trade, is definitely going to have a low win rate, and I know that. I know I'm going to be wrong on half of every trade, or more. Right, say 6 in every 10 trades. Maybe I'm wrong on, but those are all going to be small cuts, and eventually I'm going to get a Mara, right, where I got in. Live. This is why I bring this one up, because you guys were here. At in the afternoon, right, waiting for all that morning craziness to go. The thing ran up. By the time I got stopped out, I think it was a 70 or so percent gain. And now I'm watching it again, right? So we have this kind of nice little kind of bull flag going on in Mara. If we can get a longer period of time of some sort of consolidation and a breakout, then that's what I'm interested in. But um, the major point is you should have a rationale the way that I just did to explain why you're doing things, but you shouldn't also stress with every tiny minute detail, right? The people who are doing that are trying to again, they're trying to look for the holy grail, right? They're trying to figure out the way, if I do this, then I'll make all the money. And it just doesn't. You got to understand that there are incredibly smart people who have been doing this for incredibly long periods of time, right? There's the best computer systems and everything. And if they haven't found the holy grail, right, the thing that's going to make the money all the time, then it doesn't exist. And for me, as soon as I stopped looking for it, then my trading got way better. So for me, this close to close stuff works. For you, it might not. So that's why I always say that it's very much about your trading plan, because whatever it is, as long as it's trading with a trend, with a stop, a tight stop loss, and looking for things that make sense, then in the long run it will work. The question is, is it something that you can stick with, right? That's the question you should be building when it comes to a trading strategy. The example that I give that I think is a fairly good one all the time is, if you think of it kind of like diets, right? Um, if I give you what is the absolute optimal diet to make you the most healthy that you could ever be, but it was all foods that you hated and you just couldn't stick with it, well, then it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what the optimal thing is. Um, what matters more is what is the thing that you can do, because there is no kind of get rich quick in trading. It's a long, and hopefully that's not what you're looking for. I'm not talking to anyone in particular, just FYI, just rambling. The it's a long, slow slog, right? And hopefully you're planning on doing this for many, many, many years. I, for one, hope that when I'm 100, they're still wheeling me to events to talk about charts and that kind of stuff. Um, and even if you're not that crazy, you're planning on doing this for many, many years. So the reason you have to come up with is going to be something that you're going to stick with, right? If you want to just watch the open and that's it, and that works for you and your mentality and your time zone, and all that, go right ahead. Just means you're gonna get wicked a little bit more. So your win rate may be a little bit less, but when you nail them, you're gonna get way better prices on stuff. Uh, for me, I'm just kind of sitting back, and I'll wait for the close, and then I'll do the same thing, the close the next day. And again, by the close, I mean really any time in the afternoon. It's just that morning period I'm just not interested in. ATI is something that's really interesting to me, right? Just nice, simple bull flag. It does have earnings though in 6 days, which is not ideal, but just a really strong stock from TI Strength. A really good look on this one. That's a buyout. Just made me think about taking a look at TI Strength. A lot of Brazil stuff I've noticed in TI Strength, like a lot of Brazil stuff. Is the Brazil market moving? What's that? EWZ? Is that Brazil? EWZ? God, the things that I couldn't tell you what I had for breakfast this morning, but I can remember the name of an ETF I don't really look at that much. So yes, Brazil's doing a little, last 4 or 5 days, doing a little bit of a move. That explains why so many Brazilian, I think PBR yesterday was all over TI Strength. Yeah, so that had a nice little pop. I don't even know what is on it for this week, and I did it. Uh, so for those who don't know, with TI Strength, what we're talking about is an algorithm that I made uh, in conjunction with Trade Ideas, and we've back tested it. Oh man, I've got to update that back test at some point. We've back tested it for 5 years. We've been trading it, forward testing it, so basically trading it in real time for a very long period of time. Um, Remove and remove. And it does a great job of just picking stocks that are the strongest stocks out there. Again, it's a very, very trend following type of thing. So if you're not into that, if you're looking to buy, low float pennies and that kind of stuff, it's not that, right? It's looking for just things that are moving up in the long run. Um, so a little bit of a good move. Mara or MAR. Yeah, so these were the 5 on it. So it presents you every week, and you can just get it from the swing trading or the swing picks channel on your channel bar, and it you get this right here. That is just a bit of a market talk commentary by me, and then these are the top picks from the algorithm. APLD going here after earnings, so that's number 1 right now on the TI Strength alerts. Why is that? I don't know. It's the same. Do I go to any live training events like in Vegas? Not in Vegas. If someone wants to pay to fly my ass out to Vegas, you can go right ahead. I go to events periodically. Usually like Toronto and New York because those are closest to me. Um, but yeah, if someone wanted to fly me out to Vegas, I'd go to Vegas. Um, Probably more and more. We're going to be doing more live events, going out, meeting the people, and shaking hands and kissing babies. Uh, that was kind of put on pause a little bit, with the pandemic and all hands on deck, focusing to get this web version out. That's good to hear your voice. Yeah, heard of floods and fire. Yeah, the province was on fire for a while, and then it started to flood for a while. So uh, thankfully, I was spared from both the fires and the flood. Um, PHP. I'm just going through. I haven't gone through. This is a list that I go through every day. Is the TI strength list? Um, Again, it's just going to find you stuff that's in nice relative uptrends to keep an eye on. DEM breaking out. Oh, high dividend fund. Hmm. I've seen the get rich quick trading happen 99 out of 100. What falls, they lose all the money. Yeah, I think the people who actually do they develop a very specific style or something that works for a very specific period of time, and they end up making a lot of money trading, usually gives it back. And I think it's the same phenomenon as uh, we all hear about, like, the lottery winners, right? Like the guy who wins the lottery, and then you fast forward 6 months down the road, and he's gave it all back and then some, and now he's in debt or something somehow. I think there's a lot of commonalities to that because and you can see it when people come into trading. There's the group who just go, I want to hate my job, or I hate my job. I want to, take my money and throw it into a system and AI or whatever, and do absolutely no work and have that replace my income. And those people, almost immediately, right, that they're probably gone. Maybe they change their mind, or they change their way of thinking down the road, but probably not going to make it. The the people who are there and they're looking to build a skill, I think always stand way more of a chance, because they understand that, again, um, it's got to be something you have at least somewhat of a passion for. Now, I will say that swing trading, like I do, requires way less time commitment and energy commitment than day trading, something like that, some of the other people do. But you still have to, dedicate an hour or two every single day, and then a couple hours on the weekend to do it. So, the basically the amount of focus and time and skill building you put into the markets can certainly vary based off your style. If you're someone who's, you're only looking at weekly charts and you're only looking to enter on Fridays, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. If you're like, I'm going to just, it's kind of like I was saying, I'm a close to close trader on a daily basis. I could see, give me enough money, and I could see myself transitioning to a close to close trader on a weekly basis, just knowing that when I'm right, I'm going to make way more on a percentage basis. It's going to take me way longer to be right. So those little cuts that I have when I'm wrong are just, it just stretches everything out in time. Um, those people could probably do everything on the weekend. Like, I'm sure there is a certainly a way to trade uh, where you don't even look at the markets when they're open, and you just do everything on, you pick like a Saturday or something, but you'd still have to sit down for a couple hours, develop a system and say, okay, these are, I'm going to look at what happened on the weekend. I'm going to scan, these sectors. I'm going to, use something, I don't know, like TI strength or something like that. And I'm going to come up with um, a name or a system or something to continue. Like I've been reading a lot of, or listening to a lot of too, Jerry Parker's work. Where I'm planning on building, for those who know, I'm planning on building something related to the turtle trading system. So we have TI strength right now. I would like to, I don't know what we'll call it, TI turtle or something. My own variation of the turtle trading system into uh yeah, some sort of system like that. And I could see a reason, or I could see a methodology like that that would only, it'd work on the weekends. We call like the weekend turtle system or something. I don't know what the hell. Um the uh the point that I'm getting at is that, like, regardless of what, you should always curb your trading to what your time frame is and what you have to focus on it and all that kind of stuff, right? um yeah, so if you're someone who can only dedicate a couple hours a week, that's fine. You're just obviously not going to be a day trader, right? It just means you should be focusing on the weekly charts, and you should, sit down when you have those hours. You can set, especially with technology today, like if you went back into the 80s and the 90s, no shot you'd be able to do that, because when you wanted to place a trade, you pick up and call your broker. Now you could just set your orders. You could just sit there on the weekend. You could use something like Brokerage Plus, right? You can just sit there and say, hey, if it gets there, I'm interested, and just click, right? Move your orders around based off where you want your stop to go, and then go to work. Right. Again, I could see a moment in my life um, where, because basically what happens is, the longer you go out in time, the bigger your wins, but the less frequent your wins, right? So if you're, if you always look at things at an extreme, if you're trading off a 1 minute chart, you better be right really, really quickly, right? You better be right within the next 2 to 3 minutes. Um, if you're trading off a monthly chart, you're not going to know if you're right for the next 2 to 3 months. If you're trading off a weekly chart, you won't know if you're right for 2 to 3 weeks. So I could see a point where my account reaches a certain length where I'm like, I don't want to look at the market every day, and then go out to a monthly time frame. But again, it all has to be kind of based off what it is you're doing and looking at and all that kind of stuff, right? Um, I'd love to see that. I think they were talking about, yeah, I'd love to see that finished product for the turtle product. Like I could you building a turtle trading system right now would be fairly simple, right? Because basically, for those who don't know, and if you haven't, like read the turtle trading book, or look up the story on YouTube. But it was essentially Richard Dennis, who was a very famous trend following futures trader. He would trade, commodities and futures and commodities. So he would trade, gold and wheat and pigs and soybeans and all this kind of stuff, just the way we trade stocks. Um, basically was had an argument, a disagreement with one of his partners in his firm about whether or not traders could be grown or whether there was some sort of innate talent that made traders great. So Richard Dennis being on the side of the I think I can train anyone to be a good trader, basically went and just put an ad in the paper, and they got people from um every aspect. BER is going. Uh, there. Yeah, so they got people who knew what they were talking about. They had people that have no idea. Oh, that's like 10 cents. Yeah, I'm a swing trader. So if I'm right on Verve, I want it to get to like $27, right? So I'm going to buy it. The 10 cents doesn't make a difference to me. The Yeah, so basically what he created the system for them, this trend following system, and he basically sat all these people, and some of them had been in markets for many years, some of them never had been in the markets ever before. The idea was to get a very wide swath of people and sit them down and teach them a simple breakout system. It was a simple trend following system, something to the effect of you buy I think it was like a 55-day, or let's just say a 3-month break on a commodity, and then you don't sell that commodity until it breaks a 1-month break down. And other than the rules, the exact rules, I don't think have ever been punished or published, and they disputed on. But that was the idea: is that you trend follow. So, like when I was following Jerry Parker, so Jerry Parker is one of the he runs Chesapeake Capital now. He's become a billionaire from the turtle trading system, because as soon as he left, he graduated. He was one of the successful ones at the end. He raised his own capital and continued to do kind of his own thing. And ever since then, he's been doing the same thing. His saying, which I love, is trend following plus nothing else forever. And just over and over again touts the I am a trend follower. Um, I look for things breaking out into new highs, and I buy them and I hold them until the trend reverses, knowing that 6 times out of 10 I'll be wrong, but every now and then I can just pop and get a nice big move out of it. And he was talking. I was actually there. Let me see if I can find the video while I talk. During the CMT symposium, our 50th anniversary, he was actually a speaker in which they did um, a live Jerry Parker final bar. They did a live podcast with him on in during like a live podcast in the is it stock charts during the event, and I've kind of been interested ever since. Ye- Yeah, so that's basically, just to put it in, the idea is I'll make some sort of trend following system for um that mirrors the has trader, I guess we'll say, in spirit. It is the um turtle in spirit, but something that's I think a little bit better. Where is the and all of course, because everything I do, I have some sort of back test or something behind. I will back test it. Um, oh, there it is. There's the final bar. So it's just a very interesting. And what he talked a lot about is the only change that he had made is he went out longer in time than Richard Dennis did. Uh, yeah, I can't find this. If you Google it, you might do better. funny. You Google anything for the CMT, it's always the country music thing. So much that they actually had on there. Oh, I think it may actually be paywalled. That might be the problem. Fill the gap. Duh. There it is. Right? Right. Yes, that's why I can't find it. They paywalled it. Anyway, so one of the things he was talking about on stage was actually this ELF trade. And this was it April? The event? I think it was April. So that would have been somewhere in here. And I know he's still holding. And it's one of those he talks about, that this type of thing, the way this happens is you get one of these insane monsters, once every few years, and that kind of settles all of the other thing. And I remember I had traded ELF because it was on TI strength somewhere in here, and I made pretty good money on it. But I guarantee you, he probably bought it on this bar right here, and he's still in for almost 500 or nearly five times his money. But that's the idea behind trend following is that you understand that most of the time, most things don't trend. So you're going to have a lot of chop, and your goal is to take, very small hit after very small hit after very small hit. And then every now and then you get an ELF, and you've got to have the gumption to stick with something like ELF. And then you get that thing that blows it out of the park. And he mentioned that he made on Tesla back when he doesn't own it anymore. But back in this period on Tesla, he made like something like 1,000 ATRs. He measures everything in ATRs. Most traders do, right? So he risks two to three ATRs on a trade, which basically means he'll enter a position and then he'll look at how much it moves on a week, and he'll say, okay, if it moves 2 ATRs against me, I'm out. And then ended up making 1,000 ATRs when he was correct. So, right, that risk reward is just insane. But then he knows, he might have been his 10th or 15th time in a Tesla until it finally had a crazy breakout like that. Uh, how do I do incorporating economic events? So I don't take like today. I probably won't take anything. I don't even know if I'll do my nightly video and my email. I send out an email every night to anybody who wants it, with kind of my thoughts on the market and a watch list of stocks and all that kind of stuff, uh, for free. Uh, I don't even know if I'll do one tonight, or it'll be really, really close because it's one of those things. I probably like. I know there's a massive earning events. Doesn't mean I'll sell anything, right? Because some of these things I'm up. It all depends how much I'm up on the position, I guess, right? But I'll generally keep them. And then if I get stopped out, I get stopped out, right? I just that's the way I look at it. So EYPT is a perfect example, right? I'm in this from $9. Oh no, sorry. I sold this yesterday. That should be moved. Just find something that, yeah. So Monday, right? I'm in Monday from around here, rallied up. I didn't get out as it came back because I'm looking to see if it holds this level and pushes higher. So other than waiting, like I'll probably cancel all stop orders tomorrow and wait for the market to close to figure out whether I'm going to get in or out on something like Monday, just in case it violates my entry point and then comes back up. Other than that, there's not really too much I'm going to do. It's more about not entering new positions as opposed to really caring about old positions, if that makes sense. Now, after tomorrow, after on the close, which is another reason I like to go close to close, when everything's kind of sorted out, then I'll have the time to say, okay, what actually happened? Because if there's anyone who's new here, what I can guarantee you will happen tomorrow on FOMC some sort of crazy up move, followed by some sort of crazy down move, followed by some sort of crazy up move, and some sort of crazy down move. And then he talks like a half hour later, and then the market will probably make up its mind by the close which way it wants to go. So like I just ignore all this basically, and then I just wait for okay, it wants to close higher, it's moving higher. That's what I'm interested in. Right? It's all those losses when your win rate is smaller that can chip away at your rules, and something goes that you built your plan and you become soft and sold too early. Exactly, and that's where if someone asks, in these interviews I've been watching with Jerry, if someone asks Jerry about how because he is kind of the most successful person out of this turtle program, and he's been doing this the longest, if they ask him basically what makes him different from everyone else, it certainly he doesn't say, "I'm smarter than everyone," or "I've figured out a system that no one else could have," or anything like that. It's more of just, he really, really wholeheartedly believes in trend following, and he believes over time, in real, pure trend following system, you could have down months, and you could even have down years so if the market's just completely trendless. He just believes over time he's going to really hit it out of the park a couple times, and that's all he has to do. If he was risking on ELF, let's actually let's do a guess on how. Of course, right? He runs a CTA and a fund and stuff, so he's not going to publish. He doesn't have to publish the information. So if we do average true range, and we go back and we say the average true range on the breakout right here of ELF was $2, right? So let's say he was risking 2 times his average true range. Let's just say he was risking $5 a share, right? So probably risking from here to like there. And now he's up nearly $100. So it's 50 times his risk, right? So if you think about it, if you're risking for someone like that, right? I don't know what he has under management because again, it's not all his money. He has clients' money. But let's say that risk is $100,000, right? He's up millions and millions of dollars with um uh yeah, he's up millions of dollars on this trade. Right? But again, you need to hit on Tesla if he was risking that same $100,000 and he made 400 times his risk. You can crunch the numbers with that 40 million. Um, but yeah, so he says that's his edge is that he A really truly believes in trend following, and then B, um, he really truly believes in the the fact that those winners really, really have to hit, right? So he's very, very good. He says he's just better than everyone at just holding them. The guy's name is Jerry Parker. You can read about him. So yeah, so that's the idea. So soon, right? I just need to finish it. Uh, Within the Market Explorer, you're going to see I don't know what we're going to call it. We'll probably put our own name on it because I'm going to put my own spin on it. But it's basically going to be stocks that are, uh, we're in a tight range. I'll probably use like a weekly chart. We're in some sort of a tight range, are in an uptrend, and are now breaking out because that's kind of the turtle spirit is kind of what I'm thinking. And then with that, I think I'll probably put a suggested or at least a couple columns, maybe 2 or 3 columns of a series of suggested stop losses based off of if you want to be aggressive or moderate or conservative. And the idea will be, if I can get the back test working, is that over time, what you're going to have is just one thing that just kind of really rockets. If you want to get into that kind of trend following approach, that's the idea behind it that I'm working with anyway. So I've got another, I think, 5 videos. I'm in the research phase. So just if you want to know how I build things like TI Strength and the new Mark Explorer scan, step one is researching. So it's reading books, it's watching interviews, it's talking to people that I know within that use that kind of trading style and picking their brains and doing all that. And that lasts for a while, depending on how complex it is. It was months in when it came to TI Strength. It was months. And then after that comes down to building it and then back testing it, making sure that I'm being very truthful and honest in the back test, because with the way I look at it is that who cares if I build something that back tests amazingly but trades like crap? That doesn't help me at all. Uh, so I'm very, very careful when I back test to make sure it's a very achievable back test, which means that when I kind of unleash it on the wild, I believe that most traders with a sound mind and plan could achieve what the back test is, and then I build it out and I ship it out to you guys. So still in the research phase, but I really do think, and both sides, right? I don't trade short very much myself. I don't swing short. I do sometimes. Often I will just do like the inverse SQQQ or something like that. But for this, I'm going to make both because it's just something that they believe in. That it's you should do the turtles. That you should do both sides.
Well, that lets me out. You said you have to have a sound mind. Yeah, that lets me out.
Don't worry.
So, Michael, I hope
I
one
will
day when
completely.
when I'm gone and I've written my book, that one day you'll be able to go, the Barry Anderson method of trading is very interesting, and you go into a long 10-minute discourse about how you can make money using my trading methodology. I know it's never going to happen because, hey, listen, though, you may revert. You never know. You may revert into an intraday trader again. You may. You
I
never
would.
thought you would in the first place, right?
The only thing I think that could get me back would be 24-hour trading.
Right.
I Because what I hate is someone who very much doesn't focus on win rate, but focuses entirely on risk reward, right? So I trade Forex, I trade Bitcoin, I trade futures, I trade out, and I like all of these assets. Then I swing trade equities. And the commonality that I have there is that I can hold all of these for an extended period of time where I can get, 2 to 1, 3 to 1 or more on my risk. And um, with day trading, the problem I always had, unless I'm like, really, really narrowed in on like a 1 minute chart or something like that, it just becomes really, really hard to get that kind of blowout risk reward. And that's what I'm always hunting for because for me, a major turning point in my trading was just when I stopped giving a shit about being right on anything and just realized that, hey, over 1,000 trades, if I can be right 3 out of every 10 times, but I make, you know, 4 to 1 or 5 to 1 risk rewards, then in the long run, I'll be profitable. So that's the problem I have is that when I have that time constraint, it makes that whole thing really hard.
Just so hard for most people, though, to be wrong 7 times and then okay, am I right this time? Okay, I might be right this time. Now I've got to hold this for a long time to make up for all those other losers. It's hard for most people, I think, to be able to do that. You've got to have tremendous discipline to be able to do that. And you have to be able to prove it to yourself over a fairly long period of time in order to really trust it.
Well, and it's also different goals, I believe, too, right? So, uh, if you're trading for income, you have to have some degree of being correct, and this is where a lot of people who like sell options will do like a lot of stuff that our friend Chicago Sean he does a lot of
Sure.
trading options for income where he sells options and he sells option spreads and he collects little bits very, very frequently. His win rate is probably 80-90%, but he's got an inverted risk reward, right? So he's risking 2 to make 1. but he's right.
Mhm.
He's right very, very frequently. So that creates a smoother equity curve, kind of like he's an insurance company, right? So he's going to collect money and everything's going to be fine. And then every now and then, once a year, once a month or something, he just gets completely smacked and he's got to pay out a bunch of money, but that's fine. Then he just goes back to collecting money again. And then it's the same with day trading, right? The amount in which day traders make are usually like small amounts kind of over and over and over again in a consistent way. So I never recommend that if someone's looking to trade for income. Swing trading you could do, you'd probably have to do it differently than I do. But
Mhm.
for me, it's more wealth creation is where swing trading comes in. If I ever got canned, um, I would go back to I'd probably take like a trade the pool challenge account or something like that and get funded with a bunch of someone else's money and day trade because again, I think that's the best way for income. Um, the issue that I think is most people already have income somewhere. Like, if we were to do a poll, I bet you most of these people are probably at work. Uh, and then in that case, I think it's better to focus on swing trading uh, for that wealth creation. And then when your account gets big enough, then you kind of do whatever you want with it. Then you're okay if you just hit an ELF, once every few years because that's made you, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, if you've got a 20K account and you're trying to make a living from it, I don't think swing trading is the move.
No, and I think that's a problem. I mean, you see the emails we get, Michael. Can you guarantee? I have $5,000. If I take your program, can you guarantee I'll make money?
Yeah,
We get a lot of emails like that, and I feel badly for those people because they've probably read somewhere on the internet. Some guy says he turned $5,000 into 10 million, and here are the 6 easy steps to do it. And, I just feel sorry for these people because it's just that, I mean, is a ridiculous one, but it's just completely unrealistic. First of all, there's no way any company should be able, you can't get, no company can guarantee you anything.
no.
We're Trade Ideas. We've got a fabulous scanning tool, but it still requires some trading knowledge. And, but I do feel really, really, you've seen the story. Some of them are heartbreaking. I lost my job. I got this and that, and I desperately need to make money. And but I've only got $5,000. Can you help me? Can you make and it's just so hard. If you've got to make money in the market in order to, pay your mortgage and pay your bills and all that, super difficult to do it, if not impossible, because every time you even have a little loss, oh my God, I better double up on the next one. And you double up and you lose that one. I better quadruple up on the next one. And it's just on and on and on.
Yeah, and you can't do that, which is why, if someone came to me and said, "Hey, I want to trade for a living," I'm going to say, "Listen, you got to make sure you've got a year plus um, outside of your trading account, um, in order to make sure that like of your salary to make sure that you can live for a year
Hmm.
before even touching your trading capital. Because yeah, as soon as you do that, you're basically reducing the amount of live. And then I always point at, look at the best and the best out there. Don't think you're making 1,000% return a year. Um, look at the honest guys out there and say, listen, here's what you can do. Like even I was talking about the turtle trader guys. If they had some of their best years were 300%, and those are their
Mm.
best years.
Right.
So it's like, what do you make sure you're funded enough that makes sense, which is again, I always recommend, and we have a partnership with Trade the Pool. Um, and that's kind of why I recommend them where you can, if you pass their challenge, you can get a $250,000 account right off the bat and keep
Hmm.
80% of whatever you make. So that's probably be the something that I would go to, so that I can kind of keep my money to pay expenses while I'm using someone else's money to trade and all that kind of stuff. So
Sure.
um, the
Well, it's like realtors. I mean, if I'm sure you've heard this also, that if you want to start selling real estate, they'll tell you you better have at least 6 months, maybe more, of because you won't be make unless you hit it unbelievable if you get unbelievably lucky, but you better have about 6 months to a year's income while you're out there cold calling and trying to close deals and all that.
Hmm.
Because if you've got to sell a house, next week, to pay everything, forget about it. It's the same thing with stocks. You
Well, and
can't.
it's the same thing, right? If it's like the guys who do well with the ladies or the guys who you can't go in there reeking of desperation. And same with
Wait a minute,
selling
I'm
real
writing
estate.
this down. I'm writing this down. Like, it's just
You
oh, wait a
can't
minute,
go
I'm here.
you can't go in there saying, "Hey, I really need you to buy this house." Like no one's going to then go buy
Yeah,
your house.
yeah,
And yeah,
exactly.
if you're sitting there saying, "I really need this trade to work out," it's like, well, the market doesn't give a shit what you
Doesn't
need.
care.
It's going to move in whatever direction it's going to move, and there's nothing you can do about it after you hit that button. But yeah, you just got to be okay with the fact that over the long run, uh, hopefully, you have a system that kind of makes sense and will work. And uh,
Did you
I would,
mention a trading plan, Michael?
I did actually
Okay, you
mention that
did.
I'm probably going to be building one into the system for them.
Okay,
I'm going to be
cool.
taking this turtle trading system and putting our own spin on it, I think, and then trying to see if I can plop that into the Market Explorer as a nice little breakout system for people to give a shot on.
Cool.
I think it will help out. It may because some of these things we may be importing into our new web version as well. So it might be a really good way to do that as well, where they can you can focus on having systems laid out for you, and then you kind of pick whichever one you like the best, and of course make it your own. Just don't follow
Sure.
blindly.
Okay, my friend, I will take over now. Thank you
All
for
right.
your hour.
I will talk to you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Back in both rooms and just waiting on this Kansas. I'm going to call it Kansas, KNSA. See if it can take out 20. Still have it. Want to see if it can take out. Obviously I trade. Look what it did, guys. I mean, it got right up to 20. It literally got to 20. And the minute it didn't get through, I took some off. Okay. And now I'm just waiting again to see if it get through 20. Because you remember when we look left on that weekly chart, I think 2070 something was the next high. So, and interestingly, it showed up finally on the option scanner. And why finally? Well, up until this point, up until it hit 1975, the price, look at the option number, 508 contracts. And my minimum for it to meet the requirements has to be 500. So that's why, even though option volume today percent, it's almost 3 times normal. But now understand now why this hasn't. This is now 508. Of course, it's 754 now. This gets stuck here because remember, this is the first. This is the first alert we had in the option scanner for KNSA. So we've had it in the option scanner. We've had it, in, of course, the momentum up. We've had it in the on the daily breakout, the 10-day daily breakout. So kind of, and of course, we had it from our AI. So a lot of areas where that KNSA. Wonder if Roland is still in the room. Because he was wondering, well, what separates us? I don't know what separates us, but I can tell you one thing. Um, with real time alerts, and especially if you can start getting confirmation from different types of scans for the same one, kind of gives you confidence. Even this CLF. Now, this CLF showed up late, and the reason was, yeah, okay, tons of option volume, 103 contracts, but it just now is at 167%. Remember, my minimum is 150% for it to pass the, and you can see, it's sort of snuck in there. Oh, well, 150. 150%. So at this point, at 1778, it was 157%, or as a ratio, 1.5 times normal. So that's why this one didn't come into the option scanner until later. All right, BNTC for tomorrow. Absolutely. In case, it does something silly in the pre-market or when the market opens, BNTC. So they're doing a 1 for 17. So that'll open, assuming it stays around 20 cents or around 350 tomorrow in that range. We'll see what happens. What was the one yesterday or the day before? I can't remember anymore, guys. It's just, I think it started with a B. I think it started with another one that started with a B that had the effective the reverse split was effective yesterday. BJ, thank you, Casa. Yeah, so BJDX. I mean, no rhyme or reason for it. So what I'm going to do then is I will thumbnail that one. I will thumbnail that one so I'll see it tomorrow. And I'll also jot it down in my notes tomorrow. ENTC 1 for 17. Put that on my notepad that I use for tomorrow. I'll be aware of it in case it does something crazy. Come on, KNSA. Take out that 20 again or attempt to. Thank you, Leah. And Casa. A reverse split, sure. So let's take a look at that one that we're just talking about, the NTC. Okay, so right now, I don't know how many shares are outstanding, okay, but if you took 20 cents and let's just say there are 30 million shares outstanding, you would multiply 30 million times 20 cents, and that'll give you the market cap, okay, currently the market cap for the stock, okay? So why a company typically does a reverse split though, especially if it's a NASDAQ, yeah, it's on NASDAQ. Typically, there are other requirements, but make it super simple. Typically, the exchange wants you to have a price of $1 at least, okay, for you to be able to maintain a NASDAQ listing. So you notice this one is at 20 cents. So tomorrow they will do a 1 for 17 reverse split. So what'll happen is the number of shares outstanding, that float will decrease by a factor of 17 and the price will go up by a factor of 17. So again, if you multiply the new price by the new number of shares, you will get the same market cap as we've got now. Okay, if that makes sense. So again, the share price will go up by 17. The number of shares outstanding will go down by 17, a ratio of 17. So market cap wise, it's still the same. Now, what I don't even know I don't even know what the old days are anymore, but in the old days, maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when a company did a reverse split, again, this is usually the death knell of a company. They're scrambling like mad to try to maintain their listing, but nobody really cares or nobody used to care. So that stock could have gone tomorrow, we'll say to 350, and then it would just start to sink again. Okay, nobody cares. Everybody knows the game. But what we're starting to find over the last, I don't know, is it 2 or 3 years, that some of these companies that have done reverse splits, I used to always say it like this: if a company does a reverse split, what they really should do is very quickly, maybe not the day of, but very quickly put out any sort of a press release just to get some interest. And we have seen companies do that, and they can have some insane trading days just for a while, and then they come back to, then they just come back to earth. Okay. Now, how to play? It's very risky. If you're a brand new trader, I wouldn't even attempt it. Okay, because they're very, very risky. But I mean, I'm in a trading room, so I mean, we may see this one tomorrow going crazy. So what was the one again? It was shoot, BJDX. So look what happened to BJDX yesterday. Okay, and I'll look at it now. But look at I'll get to a 15-minute chart for yesterday. You know what? I'll get a bigger one just to show you what happened. And we don't know. I mean, doesn't mean that every reverse split is going to be like this, of course. But so look what happened. They did a reverse split yesterday. I'm not sure what the ratio was, but I think might have been 20 to 1. But look what happened. So there's the pre-market action, that tan area. Okay, that's pre-market. Market opens, nothing, 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 and all of a sudden, at what time was that? That was pretty late actually, 12 o'clock, 11:45. That's an 11:45 15-minute candle. It went from 6:30 all the way up to $14. You're gonna ask why? There's no reason. There's absolutely no reason in terms of did they have some spectacular news or no. It's just that now traders around the world are kind of getting used to the fact that, hey, some of these reverse splits, maybe if we pile into them, we can induce other traders to pile into them, and others. Now, we're not that room. We don't pump anything at all. But when you see something like this, you take notice. So it's not easy because every time it was you're basically chasing it. I'd have to look at maybe a smaller time frame to see if there was any sort of an entry at all. But I mean, this was just straight up. But now look at it. It's has basically come right back. I mean, it started at 650. So what did it get to this morning? $7. So these are usually just 1 day wonders, and not even day. They could be like 30-minute wonders, and that's it. So we're not saying that same thing's going to happen to that other one for tomorrow. Yeah, understand the market. Well, okay, understanding, of course, I just gave a definition of what the reverse split's all about, of course, but understanding why something like this happened, of course, is impossible. You know, one day we could go 3 weeks without another one that does something like this. And all of a sudden we used to, in fact, I think we had about a week, maybe a week and a half, where we were calling it reverse split mania because all of a sudden, all these companies that were doing reverse splits, and you can find out who these companies are if you type. I know somebody probably has a website already for you. They probably put a link in, but if you typed in reverse splits, something to that effect, you could get to a website which will show you the actual upcoming reverse splits and the ratios. But again, new to trading, very, very hard, very, very difficult. It's sort of like trying to trade these SPACs, the AURC. No news, no news. It's one of these blank check companies, and all of a sudden, somewhere, probably some maybe newsletter or something started to pump this thing and moved higher. Guys, I'm just waiting on this KNSA to see if it takes out 1992 right now. Do it. D, Igor. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so if it opens tomorrow at around 350, I mean, if it goes 5 times that, well, it's $100. Okay, guys. This 20 is just proving to be really tough to get through for the KNSA. And some of you probably took the DDOG. I did not take the DDOG. I may have taken it, except I was just going on my break. Didn't want to take it. But the DDOG has been inching its way up. Took out that high of the day, 117.48. So it's been inching its way up. And of course, the big deal is that somebody put a 140 price target on it. Wolf Research. I think that's the only reason this is moving. It's really interesting to me to see that not many things that are in the option scanner are at that 300% level. So who was it? Kishore. Kishore, you're only looking at 300% now, right? In our YouTube room, if you're still there, if you can hear me. I think isn't that what you told me a couple of days yesterday or a couple of days ago? Yeah, so you're probably not getting many alerts. You're getting a couple on the downside here, yell, but I'm just well, I can just look here. I mean, the MKFG and the YMM, the Sage, Stock, and APLD, they're the only ones that had 500%, which is those are the only ones that you would have seen today then. And not many. I'm surprised that not many more option plays today. Ah, you reduced the relative volume from 2 to 1. Okay. Well, that probably helped then a little. But of course, it is not, cliche. It is not quantity, it's quality. So, all right, guys, it is 1:17. So I will do my video now. 1:17. Okay. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm back, and again, I'm just kind of hanging tough with the KNSA to see if I can finally break through 20. Oh my goodness, did I ever miss one when I was just talking to Michael Noss, wrapping up in our YouTube room? 10-day daily breakout for HHGs. Well, okay, it did pull back. Is this a No, it's a blank check. Okay, it is a blank check. Not going to beat myself too much up, but there was the alert at 1375. It got up to 1440. Look at this in like less than 6 seconds. With the alert at 1375, 2 seconds after 59, 1259. 8 seconds later, it's at 1440. So I'm not going to beat myself up. Probably could not have got it. You mean, Trevor, are you saying an increase in option? I did not. I don't have, so are you using that, excuse me, that race to show you increasing options percentage? Or no, I did not. Oh, I could not possibly see it because I don't have that race going. Sage is one that I lost out on earlier today. Earlier today. Okay, guys. We have a biggest gainers window, but it doesn't show SPACs like HHGC, or I'd have to see it, Stephen. You'd have to give you know how to you know how to give me a cloud link. Is it a top list? Well, no, it shouldn't be too long. You're saying, well, how did you think you should have seen it? Is it a top list? I'm not looking for your layout. I'm just looking for the one window, the biggest gainers window. Do you know how to do that? If you don't, I can show you. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room, asking why a couple of SPACs did not show up. I have an idea, but I'd have to see it. You forgot what so Okay. I don't know what you mean when you say you forgot what it's called. You say you've got a biggest gainers list, so why don't you just bring it up? Biggest gainers window, just can you not see that window? You don't have to know what it's called. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's top list. That's fine. I see what you mean. Yeah, so just take the top list window, okay? Not the whole. So is it on its own? Is it on its own, like free floating? Hopefully you can see my screen, what I'm doing. Okay, so you can do this. It's real simple. So this is docked here. Okay, I've got two docked, momentum up, momentum down. If I want to get this out, if I want to take this out, this momentum up, and I want it free floating, I just right click on it, right click, and duplicate into free floating window. Okay. So if you go to your top list, just right click on it and then duplicate it into a free floating window, and then it'll just be free floating. Okay. And then you know how to share it as a cloud link to me? Oh, you can't do it. Unfortunately, you cannot do it in YouTube. Sorry, you'll have to, you have to come into the main room because yeah, YouTube doesn't allow you to put links. I can give you the link to the main room and you just come on in and then you can put the link in. But otherwise, that is the one big drawback in YouTube. So there's a link to the trading room, okay, the other trading room. And then when you get in, just let me know and just give me the link and then I can take a look at it. Okay. Okay. I need the cloud link. Okay. I need the cloud link. That's a collaboration link. I need the cloud link. So right click, save or share to cloud. And let me do it on this one. So you would just take it. So come on. Right click, save or share to cloud. Okay. Save and share. And then say okay. I think it'll say okay. And then paste it in. There you go. Thank you. So let's take a look at it. Layout 15. No, that's a layout. Okay. I don't want to load. I'm sorry, but I don't want to load that. I can see you've got 15 windows in it. Sorry. You've got 15 windows in there. According to this anyway, it's a layout with 15 windows. I just want that one on its own. You said you were able to get it free floating, just free floating around. So just right click, save or share to cloud. Okay. Save and share to cloud and say okay. And then paste it in, control V it in. Okay. Let's do this again. You got it. Top list, window count 1. Okay, cool. So let's load this and let's see if I can figure out why. Oops. Okay, biggest gainers. Let's take a look. Ah, I think I know the reason, but let me just check. Pretty sure I know the reason now. Okay, no, not there. Okay, so I can tell why AURC is not showing up because we have no float information. Okay, so that's the reason for that one because you've got stock with a value where the float is at least 1,000 shares. Okay, sometimes we find these ones that have no float information at all, so you will not see that. Okay, number one. So that's the reason why the AURC is not showing up. If you took the float out, you would see it. Now, the other one, I see you've got, and that's the HGC. So the next one might be, I was just going to say the average daily volume. Yeah. I was just looking at these. Yeah, that'll probably be it because, yeah, today it's having the big day. This is a filter I never use. Okay. If you're looking for intraday stuff, don't use it. Okay. I never use, if I'm interested just in things that are moving intraday, see the $100,000 shares a day over 5 days, probably didn't do it. Okay. And that's almost for sure why that one is being blocked. So this is for everybody, okay? If you're just going to be interested in intraday trading, day trading, don't use the average daily volume filters at all. We've got a 5 and a 10 and whatever. Don't use them. The reason you don't use them is that for exactly like what happened today with HHGC or other stocks, like a stock that just doesn't trade very much, and all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it has an explosive day. Trading millions of shares. Not this one, but some of these, just start to trade millions of shares. And when you look in the past days, months, years, almost, they haven't even hardly traded at all. So I never ever use the average over 5 days or 10 days or any average at all because I don't care about that because I just want to, if a stock is exploding today, I want to see it. How do you remove it? You just right click. So you could remove both of those, okay, if you want. I mean, you've only got a float of 1,000, so so okay. Well, first of all, let me probably did it too quickly. So right click, right click, configure. Okay, click on summary. And there it is. Now, click on the icon so you can bring them up. So I would get rid of the float. And by getting rid of it, I'm just highlight it, delete, and I'm going to get rid of the average 5 days, highlight it, delete it. See, now when you look at summary, they're gone. Okay. And then save it. Say, okay. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you, Pepe. So that's interesting. Who posted that? Expansion of its overnight trading hours. Okay, so right now, IB starts at 4 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. So what are they expanding it to? Do they actually say? Do they actually have a time? Okay, guys, I'm out virtually all of my KNSA guys. It doesn't look like it wants to take out 20, so I'm out of everything now. Wow. So what that means then is that, we've got people in Australia, and of course overseas in Europe, and now they'll be able to, with trade ideas. Now, the only issue I have is that with trade ideas, there's an overnight routine that is run. Just give me a moment. Yeah. So again, people who are in Europe or, well, actually anywhere in the world that is not, say, the North American time zone, that is excellent for them. Now, it'll be interesting to see what sort of liquidity there is, but I'm sure it's a start. So when you say 24 hours a day, William, are you saying that's right now? but it appears that that's what it's going to. Well, yuck. Okay, I guess I have to clone myself. So that news came. Yeah, I see there's a bulletin, but I didn't click on it. Just the way it is, Kishore. I think they're trying to improve on that. The question I have is why do the races start? So if you have a 4 minute race, why does it not really start until half a minute into it? I think they're trying to improve on that. There's nothing you can do right now. Well, that's interesting. Again, that'll help a lot of our. Now, the only issue though is that Great Ideas usually goes through some kind of a routine overnight in which data is being crunched, et cetera, to sort of get set up. So I'm not sure how that, but now if it's 24 hours a day, I don't know how that's going to affect, how that would affect what we do. You're right. WRNT is open and is it over $4? Okay, $4, 2.4 million shares. So it's a little bit above, not much, but a little bit above the IPO price. A lot of it, Kishore, all the races are based on the top lists, okay? And if you recall, top lists are updated every 30 seconds. So I think that is kind of that's maybe a pat answer. So why do the races take 30 seconds to start? But I know they're trying to improve on that. And they're out of this is out of Japan. So this is out of Japan. I wish it were out of China. It's these crazy China IPOs that can go crazy. Yeah, I know they expanded the ETF trading, and it was a basket of them to begin with, the most popular ones. But now, if they're going to allow all like 10,000 stocks, like virtually everything, wow. But I wonder what the liquidity is going to be at the beginning. I'm sure the liquidity will not be there, but eventually, I suppose, if more people from Europe and outside the North American time zone start to do it, the liquidity will get there. Are you following this conversation, Kishore, about IV now basically going to 24-hour a day trading, 5 days a week? Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Yeah, I can see, with trade ideas now, I can see it really expanding our reach because, we get so many calls about, well, first of all, like if you're from Australia, do we scan the Australian exchange? No, we only do, United States. And then they go, and rightly so, man, it's a tough time zone for us or anybody in Europe. But now, as long as you've got IB, and if we can figure out a way to keep trade ideas running 24 hours a day, because we do have that little routine that has to go through. So that'll be something that has to be looked at. But boy, oh boy, that'll expand our reach. Just need to have IB, which is exactly Keyshore. What is the pre and post market? That'll disappear. There'll be no such thing. It'll be like crypto or anything else. Yeah, no more gaps. No more gaps, guys. Again, I don't trade crypto, but I mean, those of you who trade crypto, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, there are no gaps. It just continuously trades. So you don't wake up one morning, a stock is gapped up $10 or 100% or some crazy thing. Meanwhile, AURC, and all, to be honest, I mean, I have really not been looking that much. I mean, I still do my pre-market work, but I've more focused, but again, it's all going to blur. I've more focused on when the so-called market opens at 9:30, but Eastern time. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that's going to work. The liquidity is the big thing. Really, notorious. Crypto is notorious for overnight flash sell-offs. Really, so But you could have a stop in place, right? And probably get filled? Or are you talking about something that just, moves down so quickly that you may not get everything you want out? Because that's one of the, obviously, you buy something on a swing, and sure, you could have a stop in place, but, what if it gaps up or down, goes against you, and you wake up the next morning and it's already got gapped up or down against you in a huge way? But I think with crypto you can, right, William? They'll have to let you. I think they'll have to let you, put stops in. If they're gonna allow 24-hour trading, they have to let you put a stop in, 'cause because there will not be like, what is post-market, what's after hours anymore? There won't be. It'll just be the market. I mean, this is obviously very, very new, but all the brokers will have to do it. And that's what, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, what William is saying, I'm fairly certain that the market participation will be minimal until other brokers join. And that's the big thing. What sort of liquidity will there be? But you have to think that other brokers are going to do it. Now, the problem is, I mean, international interactive brokers is unique in that they are international. But something like an E-Trade or the other ones, they don't, like, I can't have E-Trade in Canada, or maybe it's some offshoot, but you know what I mean? It's not that they're not operating in all these different countries, whereas Interactive Brokers is. So that would have to be something that would be have to be looked at. So you're sitting in Germany and you want to trade, but your only option right now would be Interactive Brokers. Not yet, not yet, Poe, but IB made the announcement that they're going to a 24 hours. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna stick around, okay? You know what? I was gonna take that cliff. I just forgot about it. CLF. It might have a little run here. 1771. It's up to 18 now. What about EPM? EPM, has it moved? Okay, guys, this could be really interesting. EPM. So option scanner, barely making it in. It doesn't trade very many options, only 663 right now. What time zone are you? Is that 6:15? I mean, IB used to open at 4 a.m., 4 a.m. Eastern time, and that's when we open Eastern time. Yeah, there will be no intraday charts. I mean, there'll be a daily chart, and that's it. I mean, well, that's not true. That's not true. You'll still have 50. You still have 50. Still have the same charting. But you're going to think outside the box, William. I'm thinking of the international. I'm thinking of people over in Europe. I'm thinking of people in Australia. I'm thinking of people in, the time zones way outside the North American time zones. I mean, there's a huge Asian market. I mean, it's the time zones are really obviously not great. But if you can trade the U.S. stock, and it doesn't matter where you live in the world, and India. I mean, look at India, huge market. Now they have their own exchange, of course. Maybe, but I mean, the U.S. market is the market, right? I mean, the U.S. market is the big market. I mean, I don't know enough about the Indian market, but I do know that a lot of the people that call us or email us, they would love if they could trade earlier, U.S. markets, they would. Or later. It depends on the time zone. Anyway, you know what? This is super, super early discussion in this. Meanwhile, let's take a look at EPM. Don't lose sight of EPM, guys. This could have one of those late dayers. What's the spread like? 905, 906. See if there's any news on this one. But what's the trading day, William? Again, the trading day, there's no such thing anymore. It's just 24 hours down the road. Let me take a look at this EPM, guys. I want to see where the next high is. Wow. You've got to go back to 2018, guys, to see the next high looking left. December of 2018. Do we really think that matters? 5 years ago, almost 5 years ago. So this is EPM, guys. Really keep an eye on it. It might have a late day run here. Yeah, I mean, keep an eye on this one. I mean, the volume has just completely dwindled, but you never know. The spread is good. It's only a penny, so I mean, that's good. Anybody in the UK here in the room? It would be pretty late for you guys, but anybody in the UK? Either room, either in our YouTube room or the main room? You know, we have usually a few, but it might be too late now. Okay, I got to warm up to it. Goods. Yeah, you're as in Oklahoma, okay, Jamie? Oh, okay, yeah. I said UK. Yeah, I got it. So actually, I'm just interested to know if anybody still is in either room who is currently sitting in the United Kingdom somewhere trading. Jamie, you'll maybe get a kick out of this. I was actually in Tulsa many years ago, and I actually saw Oklahoma. It was pretty cool, I have to admit. One of the great musicals, but it was, but I think it made it unique being in Tulsa to see that. All right, guys. For a while, I was living on Tulsa time for a while. Just an Okie from you know where. In the 90s in Oklahoma. I was in the 90s in Oklahoma. I used to have a friend there and a long distance relationship, Vancouver, Tulsa. So, Ovi, can you trade US stocks? No problem. Okay. No, I was saying, so, excuse me, to somebody at Trade Ideas, be really good for our international customers. But he said that in India and the UK, sometimes they're not, they have some restrictions sometimes on trading US stocks. So that's why I wanted to find if somebody was from the UK still in the room, if that were truly the case. Anyway, hola, amigo de España. Okay, sure. I don't know if that is a known problem. I don't use the formula editor, so that I don't know if it's a known problem. So what I would do is this. It's possible it's a known problem. So if you send to support at trade-ideas.com exactly what you said, it may be a known problem. And but I don't know. I don't use the formula editor, so I can't, unfortunately, I can't comment on it. But if others have mentioned it, they may know about it, and maybe they're trying to fix it. I don't know. Okay, guys, 211. Oh, I know Tulsa Time. Of course, I know. Everybody knows the song. Of course, living on. I know the song. I did get it. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 2:11. So what I'll do is just go over my homepage again. We wind this room up at around 3. All right, put my homepage link in. If you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. You're at the top here. Okay, so there's a promo code you can use to take out a subscription. 15% off. Use Barry 15. First month only. Okay, you go month to month, you'll get the 15% off the first month only. If you do want a year subscription, or if you have a monthly subscription right now and you want to take out an annual, I can give you a 25%. You just have to let me know. Okay, getting started, you must do this. You take out a subscription, do the get started. 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes. Trading 101, great course. If you're new to trading or looking for maybe a different take or a refresher, Michael Noss at Trader Days put this together. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week is free. That's free too, of course, my stock of the day video. Trade of the week is free. Comes to you before the market opens Monday morning. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here, and all scans that I am sharing, including ones that you cannot see on the monitor that I'm sharing. Okay, and last, of course, because this is a free room, if you take out a subscription, please use my link. The room will get credit. Okay. Company then knows that, they don't mind keeping it free as long as they know that people are, well, we use it as a marketing tool. It's as simple as that. So if you do take out a subscription, please use my code. You can save my homepage link. And then later on, if you want to take out a subscription, great. And of course, saving my homepage link, that means you can take a look at my scans and the education section anytime you want. RCLF, was that last week? I don't remember that one. RCLF. Oh, I do remember this. Yeah, this Rose Cliff. Yeah, yeah. I don't remember Indonesian SPAC that was active last week. I don't remember. Yeah, so we have three IPOs. This one, nothing really earth-shattering, not yet anyway. Yeah, I just can't remember which one it was. Indonesian SPAC. So this is what I see here. Indonesian fintech to go public in US via SPAC deal. But you're looking for the SPAC itself, of course. Yeah, I don't see it here. No problem. Hey guys, I'm still kind of holding out on I don't have any more left, but the KNSA just in case it pops through 20. Okay, so this one, I have to put a price alert, say around 910 for EPM. I want to see if it gets some volume coming in, maybe later on. The volume is just nothing right now. That's a problem. You can see the big volume was right here at 1245, pushed it up. And since then, the volume has just been dwindling almost to nothing. Just looking at this one, PAC, PACK. It's got some room, guys. Maybe not. 578 looks like the next high. Too bad. Otherwise, there'd be nothing till 626. Doesn't trade very much. July 27th pre-market, so it has earnings a couple days from now. You're talking to me, VHD? I don't. You talking about what I used to show? Because I'm not a big swing trader. I mean, I'm like a minuscule swing trader. But are you talking about what I used? No, no, not at all. Not at all. The only thing I used to do was to show. Give me a moment. So if I were going to swing trade, these would be my rules. I'll just expand this a bit. But again, I am not a swing trader, but if I do, so as always, checking the daily, weekly chart for a large gap. Okay. Because if I'm going to, well, I'll explain why. Um, Looking to see where the 200-day moving average is, So if you look at this chart right here, okay, I mean this was a real chart. This was not made up, okay? So you can see that there's a huge gap, okay? This stock is at 13. The next high is at 15. The 200-day moving average is way up here at whatever it was, call it, I don't know, $12. So far enough away. So I checked to see where the 200-day moving average should be far enough away so that it won't be a possible resistance area. I always check to see when a company is due to release earnings. I will never ever hold through earnings. Okay. So for instance, if even if I saw the best looking chart and it had earnings after hours today or tomorrow morning, I wouldn't be taking the trade. I also want the stock to close near the high of the day. It doesn't have to be right at the penny. But why I want it to close at the high of the day, near the high of the day, is because if it started to drop, I don't want to have to worry about today, like tomorrow, today's high perhaps blocking it. So I like to see the stock, closing near the high of the day, and then that's when I'm looking left. Okay, what sort of room does it have? Now, obviously, this is a extraordinary case, but how much room does it have until it hits the next high? So if all those conditions are met, then for me, it does become a swing candidate. Okay. But again, I am not a swing trader. But I know all this in my head. I don't have to look at this. Okay. I mean, if I were more of a swing trader, it's a bio, but if this closed near 20, it's possibility that, I would take this as a swing, but it's a bio. You never know if they're going to do a financing. I mean, I'm not saying they are, because when you look left, it's got a lot of room. It's an earnings play past. Today is its earnings day. Sometimes these have, second or third day continuation after earnings, especially if it, did something like this. But the issue, of course, is if you took this as a swing trade, where are you going to put your stop? So, if I looked at this and I were bound and determined that I mean, some might even take the stop at the low of the daily candle. That's a pretty wide stop then. You're talking $3.50, which would be okay if you look left and the next high was $10 away. You can say, okay, I have a $3.50 stop, $10 away to the next high. Because if I have a $3.50 stop, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making $7 on it. One for two, risking 350 to make seven. So if I saw that the next high was $10 away, and I was bound and determined to use the low of the day as a stop, okay. But being a little more liberal, maybe maybe you would put your stop here at 1850. I'm just looking at the 15-minute chart. Just as an example. This is not a suggestion at all. Anybody listening to me that to swing this KNSA. But if I were really interested in it, I would probably put my stop at around 1850. So if it got close to 20 and I decided to do it, that would be like a $1.50 stop. So that means I'd have to have an expectation of could it run $3 before it hit the next high? Because again, always I don't care if I'm day trading or the odd swing trade, and I'm always looking for an expectation of a one for two. We're saying $1 to make $2. All right, guys. 2:26, so maybe another half hour or so. But as always, I will stay longer if there are some questions. UPS. Now I know William has been trading UPS. You guys were talking about a strike, potential strike. Well, I don't use Brokers Plus, Oliver. Okay, so that's the first thing. I just don't. But I know a lot of people who use Brokers Plus and like it. You're talking about linking it to IB and trading from within. Yeah, I don't. Gotta keep. I gotta start using this more. Is as a simulator. I go along the whole day, and I forget to demonstrate some. The reason I don't use well, a couple of reasons I don't use it. I'm not going to toggle back and forth, especially what I'm doing. When am I in the simulator or am I in my real account? Number one. Number two. Personally, I just don't find I don't trade that much. I'm not usually in more than quite frankly, more than one trade at a time, but usually, rarely am I in more than two trades at a time. And I've been using IB for so long now. I'm just used to using its platform, to trade from within. So I don't find like a huge advantage to trade from within this window. Even if I weren't doing, even if I were just Well, I don't know how to answer that. Do I use TWS? I mean, I use, I have it on, understand, I've had interactive brokers for now 7 years. I noticed that there's something called classic TWS and there's something called Mosaic. I use Mosaic, if that makes, I don't even know what classic TWS is. I have not changed my settings in 7 or 8 years. Well, again, I use interactive brokers and the little tab that I have selected is called Mosaic. That's all I know. I mean, it sounds crazy. Maybe I should. I do. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. See, Pepe knows more about me than I do. How's the noise canceling working? Because the leaf blowers are just getting close to me, but I'm assuming you guys can't hear it. Cool. Okay. We're still noise canceling is still working very well. Boy, I mean, look at this EPM. I mean, it's just not doing anything. Big, nice big pop, just not doing anything. The volume ever picked up. The spread is still great, 904, 905. It may have a late day run, guys. I mean, and the next high looking left is almost 5 years ago in 2018. I don't know why this had this little move, but see if there's any news on this. Yeah, I don't see any news on this company, EPM. I don't think I've ever seen it before. The name of the software, you're talking about my noise canceling software. It's called Crisp. Just give me a moment. Yeah, see, Oliver, now, Pepe, do you actually use Brokerage Plus? I think you do, don't you? You use Brokerage Plus with IB. What's your opinion? Oliver says it seems a little slow and clunky sometimes. I have no experience, so I don't know. Let's take 300 shares of this. I got to remember tomorrow to do more. It's pretty snappy in the simulator, I'll tell you that, but So this actually just showed up on the option scanner, 231 AUB at 3014. This was actually an AI short. I think it worked for a while, but it's completely turned around. Oh, I see. Okay. For some reason I thought you used IB and Brokers Plus. So yeah, I mean we have a lot of customers that use it. I couldn't tell you if it is slow and clunky sometimes. I know we seem to be having problems with E-Trade. Some of them out of our control. A lot of people who want to trade right off the bat in the like right off the bat, and even if you're not using Brokers Plus, but E-Trade is really tough when you want to trade right off the bat. I think William can attest to that. No, Brandon, no, there no broker is frowned upon here. Any broker you can use any broker you want. You're talking Webull? No, Webull. In fact, I think we're look. You know what? We would love to be able to link with every broker out there. It's just difficult to do. I mean, we have our hands full just linking with IB and E-Trade. But the fact that we link with IB, I love IB. I mean, I think was a great deal for us because so many people use it, internationally also. So it's a good deal for us. But no, any broker you want to use, it's fine. We're a scanner, we're a scanner. So, it's totally independent of the broker. That's what I mean. Yeah, E-Trade, the first 5 to 10 minutes slow to process trade. So what was happening is we were having customers who had E-Trade and they were trying to use Brokers Plus and they were trying to make trades like really quick trades right off the bat. And they were complaining to us. And then we found out it wasn't us, it was E-Trade. Bank guys, for whatever reason, the Bank of California, BANC, has earnings after hours. So maybe there's a little excitement about what their earnings could be. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. I don't see any other news. Ah, no, here we go. So it talks to buy PacWest, PACW. So let's see what happened to PacWest, PACW. So that news just kind of hit, I guess. So the tale of two tapes here, guys. Look at PacWest really moving down, Bank moving up, PANC moving up. So it's interesting. Oh no, this is it. So I mean, look, this is IB's news. I mean, pretty good, guys. I mean, that's at 236. This is the 230. This is the 230 to 245 candle. So that's when the news hit. My guess is that I mean that so that's pretty good. I mean, for those of you looking for pretty up to date, accurate news, and you don't want to spend a fortune with Benzinga, and if you have Interactive Brokers, this isn't bad. So I guess that's not me. I'm not a high speed, high volume trader. I'm not into the penny stocks, taking 10,000 shares of a 2-cent stock, things like that. Do you have Interactive Brokers, Merc? Because that's from Interactive Brokers, so I can tell you how to do it if you have Interactive Brokers. If you don't, then I can't show you how to do it. That's just Interactive Brokers newsfeed. No, no. You know what's been sneaking up, guys, is AI. I have this thing thumbnailed. I don't like trading it. It's be a difficult intraday trader, but you can see maybe tomorrow. What if it takes out 43.21 tomorrow? Remember, this almost got up to 50, 48.87. So if it gets up to this 43 level tomorrow, who knows? Maybe it starts to fill in this void. It's been you know, big down. It's definitely in an uptrend, but the AI plays seem to be kind of dead right now. A lot of the news is from Benzinga. A lot of it is BZ right there. There's the well, this was DJ, but a lot of the news I notice is from Benzinga. It's not the same as your squawk, but for me, it would be too distracting to have somebody squawking at me. By the time I hear it, it's probably over anyway. Unless the guy is going to tell you here back at 1:30, hey, we're hearing that I don't know, Pac W may be buying BA or it may be bought by BA and C. An hour before or even 15 minutes before, fine. But why would it move down? I don't know. Maybe they're Lowballing them? I don't know. But they're in advanced talks to combine. And this is halted, of course, down. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, exactly. Maybe the deal, maybe it's for a lot less than what Pac W, but Pac W is saying, you know what, we better do something. Otherwise, we'll just go to nothing. I don't know. And that's what I mean, David B. Yeah, exactly. You can listen to something and then you look at the chart and it's already moving. That's why we should say our news is right here. There's your news. And now we're open for business. PACW continues down. Wow. So yeah, they must be really lowballing it. Yeah, open and then an immediate halt. What BA and C is doing now. Yeah, still maybe they're saying we'll buy you whatever the price is at the close of today's business day, and they're telling people to short it. Sort of like you guys remember the death spirals? I don't hear that term very often anymore. Well, this is interesting. I mean, bank BANC is right at that 200-day moving average, 1449, right at it. So what is this one then? PAC WP. I know it's another wow, look at you know what? I almost did it. The preferred. Okay. I almost did it, but I didn't. So almost doesn't count. I looked at that. I said, you know what? If it takes out that 200-day moving average, take some. And look what it did. 1449, just talking about it. But I just hemmed and hawed too much. Man, look at this. Oh man. I have to find a brick wall and run into it. My goodness. Yeah, you know what it is? It's, I've had a pretty good day with the KNSA, so didn't want to give anything back on something stupid. So that's kind of why I didn't take it. I mean, I had all the opportunity in the world to take it around 1460, but and it's interesting because that bank actually showed up as a potential short at 237, 1225 was the price. 1225 was the price. Oh, that's why, because it, one moment. Anyway, I'm sorry. The bank showed up as a potential short because of that bottoming tail. Okay. And then, of course, it just reversed. And then you see bank, 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 started right there when it reversed and got up to 1463. Okay, guys, SPAC, HHGC, SPAC on the move here. Oh, nice pop for you on the PAC W. Yeah, right back up to 913. Is it halted again? Halted again, yeah. Nice. And it is halted again. Let's see where it may open. But you're out of it, right? So here's our potential open. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, guys. Time and Sales, Interactive Brokers. There's the halt for PAC W at 913, and it could open around 950. This could, easily go right back to where it all started. This one has been a real crazy one, this KVUE. I mean, it is, look how choppy the heck it is. This is the spinoff from Johnson and Johnson, J&J. Seems to show up every day now in the option scanner, but it's just been a real tough one, in my opinion, to trade. Now, if it takes out, there's the high of yesterday. This is not for me to trade today, but the high 2504 and then 2561. Hmm. It's just been a real tough trader. Are halts something to stay away from? This is from our YouTube room. Well, it depends what you mean by that. I mean, the only time I play halts, for instance, this one right here, 913, it's halted. Okay, at 913. Now the open looks like it's going to be higher. Hard to know for sure because it's usually there's our 5 minute halts, but probably it's going to be higher. The only time I will play something out of a halt, and this is absolutely not a recommendation, just the way I do it, is if there's the halt at 913, it pops up and then it comes back down to 913. Doesn't give up too much. Maybe it gets down to 9 and then it pops up through 913 again. Sometimes that's when I'll play a halt, but it's highly risky. Okay, so in other words, here's your halt price. When it resumes, maybe moves a little higher, but then it comes back down through the halt price, not in a huge way. Like I don't want it to go back down to like 7, and then it reclaims that halt price. Sometimes that's when I'll take it. Problem is, your stops. Where the heck are you going to put your stops? So that's why, I would not recommend anybody new to trading. We look, we're in a trading room. It's happening in front of us, so we watch it. But for instance, if this opens at 944, I'm not going to take it at 944, even if it moved up to 11. I mean, if you told me it was going to go to 11, yeah, sure. But I'm not going to take the trade out of the halt, the first trade out of the halt. No. All right. Well, this is fun. Put this up here. So this is the time and sales interactive brokers. If it's a 5 minute halt, this will open at 259 plus 16 seconds. So in 5 seconds, if it's a 5 minute halt, there it is. So it just opened. Now, the other thing I should have said, okay, I would typically not take something like this, even though it's sort of met that little call it rule, if you will, because this is down. I'm usually talking about ones that have moved higher and then they get halted, and there's some excitement about it. Okay, I don't know if there's any excitement about this. I mean, it would have worked because it did go below the 913, so I could have taken it, but I didn't, just because there you have no idea how this news is really going to affect this. But you can see that it would have worked in this particular case. But I'd much rather do it if some stock has been ripping higher, and then it gets halted. And then when it comes out of a halt, it dips down below the halt price briefly and then pops through it. That is when I can do it. Yes. So David is asking me a question about, can I explain? I guess he's got a friend in the room. What the difference is between a scanner and a screener. Sure. So we're both, okay, but we are a real-time scanner, but we are both. Okay. So let's just take it this. Screeners are typically used for something like this. If you just wanted to see the stocks that were up the most for the day and rank them in a certain order, from the ones that are up the most all the way down, and maybe all the way down to the ones that are down the most, that's what a screener is good for. Okay. But a screener is not going to tell you, let's just say a stock is up the most for the day, but that's not telling you, well, what is it doing right now? Is it moving up? Is it moving down? It's not going to tell you that. It could be it could be up most for it could be at the high, or it could be up the most for the day, but actually moving down, but it's still up the most for the most in the day compared to the other stocks, if that makes sense. So see if I can find an example even, but I don't have a top list like that. But just again, think of it this way. That's classic. I want to see the stocks up the most for the day. Fine. That's what a screener does. I want to see the stocks most down for the day. That's what a screener does. I want to see in trade ideas, show me the stocks that have the highest relative volume. Okay, we can do that. No problem. That's what a screener does. But what the scanner does is this. And here is a momentum scan. I'm going to right click on it and click on that summary. So this is what the real-time scanner is looking for. This is the screening aspect of it. Okay, stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal. The volume today is 300,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. In 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all of these screener values are met, filter values as we call them are met, and the stocks makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, we get a real-time alert. So for instance, and we have many different types of real-time alerts. I'm just in this particular case, I'm just looking at I want to see when the stock makes a new high. So right there, right up here, HHGC at 253, about 10 minutes ago, made a new high for the day at 1497, and all those filter values were met. Okay. So this is really, let me just give you an example. Okay. Now let's see if I can haul out a top list here. Okay. So this is an example here. Okay. This is a top list window. And this is what we can do in trade ideas. I mean, there's nothing wrong with screening, okay? But you can, so here, right here is the change from the open percent. Okay, that is that little icon that says 0%. So right now I'm sorting on that. So I can see that AURC has moved the most since its first trade of the day. It's moved 150%. And it's ranking them. Okay. Here's GLTO at 28%, but it's not really telling you what it's doing now. Okay. And now race, I could get into racing and all, but if you're wanting to know, okay, but how do I know if AURC is making a new high for the day based on that? You can. But if you're just interested in, stocks that are up the most for the day or have the highest relative volume, if I do a double left click, this ELBN, I mean, this is huge, 1,082 times normal it's trading in terms of volume. So any one of the, I can add a column here. Let's add another column. Where is, okay. Because a lot of, the classic one is what has changed the most from yesterday's close, right? That's the classic. Okay, so here we are. So as long as I have a column header, I can sort on it. So again, I'll double left click on that, and so AURC has moved 257% since yesterday's close. Okay, so that's what the screener does. You're looking for things that are up the most for the day, fine. Now, how are you going to trade that? What the information is here. Now, how are you going to use it to trade? So that is where, an alert, a real-time alert might take a list like this and say, okay, but I want to see, I can see that KNSA is up 30% from yesterday's close, but tell me when it makes a new high for the day. And that's what a scanner does, a real-time scanner does. Ask your friend, David, did that make sense? That's what we're really good at though. Real-time alerts based on your um, based on your screening. The screening meaning the screening meaning, just show me stocks between $1 and $50, 300,000 shares, volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal. This is all the screening, because we want to. Somebody asked a little while ago, I can't remember who it was. It doesn't really matter who it was, but that's the whole idea of screening is you want to whittle that universe of stocks of 10,000 stocks down to, I mean, if I just said show me stocks making a new high for the day and I didn't have any screening aspect, I'd be inundated with alerts, right? So that's what you use a screener for. Whittle a universe of stocks down to a manageable number, things that might be interesting to you. A lot of us will have a certain price range we like to trade, so that screens it out. Minimum volume that you want to see before you're going to take a trade. That's how you build. That's how we build a scanner. Get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number, and then have some kind of a trigger, a real-time alert trigger. And there are a lot of screeners out there, and we are a screener. Also, I mean, we have the screening. Obviously, we have the screening capabilities, but combined with the real-time alerts, turns it into a scanner. And the real-time alerts just, put an end to this. I mean, these are all of the different real-time alerts we have. I mean, I use almost exclusively new highs and new lows, but all of these are real-time alerts, 25% pullback from the highs from the open, 25% pullback from the lows. I mean, we have a lot of real-time alerts, and wow, look at bank now. You see, so here's why bank is showing up. Here. See, bank is showing up right at here at 250 at 1542 because it just made another new high for the day with the filters in place. Boy, Pac W up, down, up, down. Wow. All right, guys. Well, that was a little exciting at the end of the day. And we have different ways of presenting the real-time data also. I've got little compare count window, and you can see this is what a lot of people are used to, like a ticker, right? A scrolling ticker. So movers to the upside, greater than 300,000 shares traded versus movers to the downside, greater than 300,000 shares traded. Other filters are in here. And every time the stock makes, you can see what's happening with bank. Just another way of presenting the data. My goodness, look at it go. And here's the PAC W on the way down. Now, what this cylinder is telling you is that 73% of the alerts have been on the upside versus 28% on the downside. Just a different way of presenting the data without getting too complicated. Some people like this. I kind of like to have this thing on my other monitor, and you're only paper trading. Okay, guys. So remember to watch. Put whatever you use. I don't know if you guys use a pad like I do, but put BNTC. Note that down. BNTC for tomorrow, and see if it does anything crazy. Okay. You're doing the 1 for 17 reverse split. It'll be effective tomorrow. And let's just see how it's trading. Right now it's 20 cents. So after the reverse split, it should be in the 350, 340 level. See how it's trading and see if it does something crazy. Okay, guys, are there any other questions? Again, I'll stick around if there are questions, but if there are no questions, I'm going to shut it down. Okay, I don't see any questions. So again, whoops, is that a question? No. Sorry about that, Todd. Too bad. No problem. I'm here Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. on the mic, and sometimes obviously a little later than 3. Oh, can I show the option scanner, no repeat? Sure. Well, I'm sharing it. I mean, do you have trade ideas, Martin? So you can see that these were the only stocks that made it through today, like a very manageable number. So again, if you want that scan, the don't repeat version, just go to my homepage, scroll down until you see the scan section, click on the scan section, and the don't repeat option plays. Be right here. Okay. And again, the purpose of don't repeat is you can kind of go back and see, well, what did it do from the first alert? And sometimes maybe it's done nothing. So if you missed it, maybe it's still hanging around the price, and maybe it gets going later, like the APM, which didn't, but could have. Oh, well, it finally gave it up. Okay. Yeah, come on in. Again, the room will be actually open No later than 8 o'clock. Usually William opens the room even earlier. So you guys can actually talk amongst yourselves until 9 o'clock till I get on the mic. That is Eastern time, of course. And William, I do appreciate that. Okay, guys, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And now, YouTubers, say adios to you.